and welcome to day 2 of Media Summit TV, our pop-up channel that aims to bring you the latest insights that are defining the global media marketing sector. Now, yesterday we had some quality content featuring amazing brands such as, check this, MasterCard, McDonald's and Google. But if you missed the shows, then do not despair, but shame on you, you should have been tuning in. But there will be another chance to see them in their catch-up service on thedrum.com, which, if you didn't know, is the second largest media marketing platform in the world. Now, today we have an equally enthralling schedule covering data, gaming, and even asking whether or not the World Cup will steal Christmas. Friggin' heck, heaven forbid. We certainly don't want that to happen. But of course, all of this content will highlight just how quickly media is evolving. And in many ways, Media Summit TV is part of this process. Now, if you think back, 3 or 4 years ago, this would have been an in-person conference. During the pandemic, a hybrid seminar. But now, we are a pop-up TV channel. Yes, we might have a small studio audience here, but the real power of this summit is the volume of people who can access this content globally during and after the shows. And I'm delighted to inform all of you and everyone at home. I think yesterday we got around 45,000 viewers, so not bad for day 1, eh? But that is going to grow. Now, it would not have been possible without our amazing partners. So a huge thank you goes to Google, Finecast, Criteo, Waze, and Digital Turbine. So thank you to them. Now, remember to share your views and ask any questions on social media using the hashtag, it's a very easy one, Media Summit. Now, I'll be back throughout the show to give your reviews, your feedback, your lovely comments, of course, and anything that you want us to cover in future shows. Now, in 25 minutes, we will be having our gaming show, which is hosted by our very own Chris Sutcliffe, who, along with some amazing guests, will look at how games are redefining media. But before then, it is The Drum Show with our very own Gordon Young.
Well, welcome to The Drum Show, which has been brought to you as part of Media Summit, our pop-up TV channel designed to give you insights into the rapidly evolving media landscape. Now, Media Summit is packed with 20 different shows, and as a result, I can promise you an action-packed 25 minutes as we discuss some of the key trends which are being highlighted over the past 2 days. And for those not watching this live, remember all our Summit sessions will also be available on the Drum TV player. Just click the TV tag on our homepage. Right, here are just some of the content which has already been live streamed to whet your appetite.
Hello and welcome to Media Summit, the Drum pop-up TV channel, which aims to help you make sense of this new media landscape.
Well, I think this is going to be the making or breaking of the model as well, isn't it?
When we're talking about the death of the cookie, what is the sort of sentiment around it at the moment?
Subtle differences.
Everything is built around telling brand stories in a different way.
As TV advertising evolves, we see a huge opportunity for more advanced targeting.
So I'm going to do this with the audience here today. And we've got this group over here. You had a data breach.
A younger audience they might even know what linear channel is.
I think the key word is potential, and we need to wait to see what that potential ends up being.
Well, that is certainly a whole load of content to get through, so I hope you enjoy watching all these shows on our player. But to discuss a lot of the issues which have already been highlighted, I have to say, I'm joined by this amazing panel here. We have Hannah Bowler, who is a journalist on The Drum, one of our amazing journalistic team. We have Cameron Clark, who is the editor of The Drum. And we have Helen Warner, who has recently been appointed head of television at GB News. So welcome and congratulations, Helen, on your appointment as well.
Thank you very much.
But obviously, the industry was very interesting at a point because your background, you know, in ITV and Channel 4, where you're head of daytime, didn't really seem that particularly well suited to a fast-moving talk news format.
No, it might not, but it was. I did start in news many moons ago, and I kind of forgot how much I love being in a newsroom and how buzzy it is and how fun it is. So when I was asked to do it, there are a lot of transferable skills from the things I've done over the years, and particularly launching Good Morning Britain, and the same sort of, you know, launches are difficult, and that was difficult, and GB News' launch was difficult. So I've kind of paid attention to it over the time that it's been on air. And when I walked in, I just felt really, I quite like this buzzy, young, I feel really old, by the way, because it's such a young team, but they're very fearless and they're very fun, and it's a really good atmosphere, and it's sort of, it's like nothing I've ever done before, but so far so good.
Yeah, and obviously you will have a plan and a vision. So how do you sort of see that unfolding?
Make it really good. It's a really simple vision, and it's that I think they've made incredible strides in a very short space of time. The TV channel obviously is doing well, but the radio simulcast is also doing incredibly well. The RAJARS, it had doubled, actually, it had gone up by 50% that's not double, is it? That would be 100%. Anyway, my maths isn't great. But anyway, it went up by 50%, and we're really doing well with that. And I just think the way that GB News is set up and is broadcasting is just, you know, pretty exciting going forward, I think.
Yeah, and the sort of the content format does seem as obviously it's very much sort of personality led.
Yeah.
Do you sort of see there's an opportunity to evolve that into?
Yeah, I think with each, and again, coming back to what I've done before and how it does play into GB News, is that I've always felt that I want strong flavours on TV, and so bringing Piers Morgan to Good Morning Britain, for instance, Judge Rinder I launched Loose Women many moons ago, but I think almost the worst thing somebody could say about a show that I've done is, yeah, it was fine. I would much rather they said, I absolutely hate that show, or I absolutely hate that person, because I think you want to feel something, you want to react, and so I think with GB News, what they've already done really well, and I want to do more of, is have that. And I think people want to see themselves reflected on TV and their views reflected on TV. And, some of them will be very strong flavours. Well, probably all of them will be really strong flavours in different ways. And because I remembered Howard Stern telling the story that his bosses came in and they said, well, we've got good news and bad news. The good news is that 50% of the audience love you. The bad news is that 50% hate you. But the great news is that the 50% who hate you listen for 90% longer than the 50% who love you. So, and I really believe that. I think that's really true. So I really feel like we're onto something, and it's, it's exciting.
Yeah, and there's a lesson for brands in there generally, because there is this thing that you can't be all things. You can't tell people you can't be liked by everybody, and sometimes you're equally defined by who's against you as opposed to who's for you.
Yeah, I mean it's a cult thing as well, isn't it? You know, it's sort of word of mouth and people starting to say, well, maybe I'll tune in because I want to disagree, and maybe they tune in and then think, oh, actually, it's not what I thought it was at all, and I'm really enjoying this, or I'm finding this entertaining. So it's sort of maybe changing people's preconceptions too.
Yeah, and I suppose partly because of that, GB News has been controversial in many ways. It's well known that Stop Funding Hate have been running this campaign to...
Yeah, well, they were running that before it even launched, and that obviously is hugely challenging for GB News, that they, encouraged a boycott of, for advertisers to boycott GB News. But I think we've just handled it by just making really good TV and making it as good as possible. It's obviously regulated by Ofcom, so it's not hateful. It's not, it's all perfectly. I'm a very mainstream, person, and it's a very mainstream thing. And the advertisers are starting to come back now, which is really good news. And the advertisers that do come back, I think, get such a positive response to that, because I don't think people like being told what to think or what they're allowed to like or what they're allowed to buy or, it feels like we've got a bit of momentum. I think as ratings go up, which they are, last night in peak, we were beating Sky News 3-1. So the ratings are really, going up. They will go up a lot more. I'm determined that will be the case. But I just think as that happens, then just advertisers will want to advertise because it's a successful brand in itself. It's a successful brand. And they'll want, there's an awful lot of people that it's appealing to.
Yeah, but it's interesting, though, isn't it? Because the climate, the world's been getting much more complex for brands. I know, Hannah, you've been writing a bit about this in terms of, their approach to crisis comms and...
Yeah, we were talking about it before. It was quite interesting. We wrote an article a few months back with a PR simulator. So it's kind of like, it used to be, they're called Polpo, and they used to do like crisis management, which would literally be like your product is accidentally poisoning people. I mean, that's dramatic, but like that was the kind of crisis that they used to do. And in the last couple of years, it's kind of really evolved to be this kind of walking brands through when there's a social situation happening and like how brands should be like sending the right messages, or if they don't respond to something in enough time, and then all of a sudden social media is calling them out for their inaction, like the steps that you have to take. And basically the company's had to pivot itself to basically cater to that demand that brands are really like lost in this space. And obviously a lot of consumers are calling out for them to have a voice. And it's like, how do you do that correctly? What's the right process? And then how do you kind of, when everything's spitballing on social media and, news alerts are coming up and all of this stuff, like how do you get a pulse on it and start thinking forward and dealing with it in the correct way?
Yeah, and I suppose the interesting thing, so you've got this, how do brands plan for this increasingly complex world? But the other thing is the consumer's changing as well. I think Channel 4, again, I think the Drum's been writing about this week as well. Channel 4 did a study that identified this new consumer group, which I think is called YIPs.
Yeah.
Which is young,
liberal
progressives.
YIPs.
Well, it sounds very insulting, doesn't it? You yip, ye.
Yeah, especially in your Glaswegian accent, really.
But can you tell us a bit more about that? Because this is research that suggests that younger people tend to be less tolerant than their older peers, either their parents or their grandparents.
Yeah, so Channel 4 did this study into Gen Z, and it was really kind of digging deeper than just the fact that they're progressive, and it was kind of looking at trends towards the fact that where social media is so algorithm-based, you're kind of being, you're in your own echo chamber, like lots of other generations, but for social media, you can't really escape it because it's an algorithm. It's feeding you what you want to know. And so that's kind of trapping them in this environment where they're not wanting to look outside of other opinions and finding it a lot harder to open their minds in a way of like, well, if Google says it, if this says it, then it's fact, and can't really start having other conversations to more analyse or engage with older audiences.
And it's quite striking, isn't it? I think they were saying that 1 in 4 respondents said they wouldn't tolerate people with opposing views to them. So it is a big cultural change going on.
I also thought from that report, it was quite interesting what they were saying about the kind of split between social media with older generations. This is also kind of relevant for the Media Summit, was that younger generations just seem to be like have less worry about social media. And I think they said like 50 or 60% think that older generations are putting too much concern into like the damaging effects of social media when it's just not really there. And I think that's something that like over the course of like the last couple of days kind of pops up in terms of brand safety and all these other different things. So that was also quite interesting that came out from that.
Yeah, but obviously social media is generally in the news at the moment. We were talking about this yesterday, in fact, in terms of the Elon Musk takeover Twitter, but it's a rapidly expanding story. Cameron?
It's just moving so fast, isn't it? I mean, it's breaking all the rules of what happens when somebody takes over a company, because he's come in, the top team have all left, either of their own accord or Musk's. You know, and what the remaining advertising team are trying to do is sort of steady the ship a little bit as far as their advertisers are concerned, to say, look, we're going to be, you know, bringing you up to speed on what the plan is when we know the plan. And it's just moving that rapidly that there is a lot of, you know, naturally a lot of disquiet in the industry about what's going to happen with Twitter. I thought Hannah's point was really interesting there, though, the sort of dichotomy between advertisers who are inherently risk averse, and that's why some of them are pausing their activity on Twitter at the moment. That's why some of them won't go to places like GB News. You know, they don't want to be associated with any controversy, if there is controversy. But you've got a generation, a younger generation, who don't recognise some of these things in the same way that advertisers do. So advertisers might think Twitter's a really dangerous place at the moment, or TikTok's a dangerous place, and then you'll have a generation who are maybe a little bit oblivious to that, or are fully aware, but they're willing to tolerate, you know, whatever baggage comes with TikTok, with Twitter.
Yeah, or thinking like all the adults are being over dramatic about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Just leave us to be on TikTok, it's fine.
Yeah. But Helen, I mean, obviously GB News targets people who are maybe not represented in the Twitter
Yeah,
but
I mean, I'm not on Twitter, and I have quite strong feelings about it, that I don't think Twitter is representative of the real world. Most people aren't actually on Twitter. And so I think it distorts how people think. You know, when you're on Twitter, because I was on it, when you're on it, you sort of think that's the world, but it does distort actually what is happening outside of Twitter. So I'm a bit, I mean, I think the reason I'm not on it mainly is because I just wasted so much time on it. But, you know, so I'm not anti it, but I just think it isn't representative of the real world.
Yeah, and it is interesting when you get brands worried about the content on GB News, but they're happy to then be on Twitter, where there's a lot of controversial statements made.
Yeah.
But it is interesting also how risk-averse, and I think the point you made, Cameron, how risk-averse brands are. And I know later on today we've got an interview with the US CMO of Hyundai, and I thought it would be quite good to play a clip to give her take on, you know how she views politics.
What's your North Star when you're deciding from a media perspective as it pertains to getting your marketing message? Like, what do you what grounds you and kind of leads you?
Yeah, our North Star is really to be this optimistic brand that shows up, I think, very authentically. I think that's really where we always think, we, like, for example, we really stay out of politics and news because that just gets a little dicey for us. We really stick with programming that feels optimistic. And social is also, I'll just be really honest, some brands always jump in very heartily with, big social statements. As a foreign brand, honestly, that becomes a little trickier for us. We always want to have our best foot forward and always just have it be feeling very genuine, authentic.
Yeah, and that was obviously, she was talking to Ken Hine, our US editor. You can see that later today or on our player, Ever Pissing TV on our homepage. But Cameron, what sort of insights do you think that gives about how brave brands want to be?
Well, I think it tells you that Hyundai in particular are not an especially brave brand, and that's their choice, and that's up to them. Far be it from me to question their strategy. But I
it was interesting to sort of say they still regard themselves as a foreign brand within the US context.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? When social media has no borders, it's interesting that they might define themselves that way, but the audience don't, and they seem concerned about what people might attach to their brand. And I think that's where a lot of the fear around social media comes from, or online advertising. You lose control of your brand in a way that you haven't historically in traditional advertising, where you control the message and to a large extent you control the media. And so I think this is the thing. It's really interesting to me that brands can be so risk averse that this actually becomes a problem for them. They become paralyzed. So if you think of the recent example with Kanye West and the anti-Semitic comments that have obviously landed Adidas in a huge PR crisis. I think the major failing on Adidas's part was that they didn't take action sooner. If they were going to eject Kanye West as a brand ambassador, and personally I think that was the right thing to do, why wait 2 weeks to do that? Because in that time, you have that pile-on, quite justified pile-on in the eyes of followers of that brand who were frustrated that they haven't done anything about the situation. And so, again, I think that's where they've had legal teams, they've had so many people, so many stakeholders behind the scenes trying to figure out the strategy that they forgot to actually enact it quickly enough.
Yeah, it's a fascinating story. You can read all about it in the Drum, but I suppose the big challenge there was, they had to unwind a whole load of business. It wasn't like just a sort of a personality endorsing
it's worth billions. I mean, literally billions to Adidas. So I can understand why financially it's not a decision you're going to make, comfortably, because that is a huge portion of their revenue, and that brand, that Yeezy brand, has been enormously successful for them. But ultimately, there is only so much that people are willing to tolerate. And sometimes you have to sacrifice profit for principles in cases like that.
Yeah. Do you think it's interesting how brands get themselves into this situation, but do you think it's a danger that obviously the World Cup's coming up, Christmas, is very controversial. Do you think there's a danger a lot of brands are perhaps going to get into difficulty by sponsoring the World Cup?
Well, what we've seen from brands, the brand advertising around the World Cup is really interesting. We're going to hear a bit more from Budweiser's marketer talking to our media editor, John McCarthy, later on today. But if you think about big sporting moments in the past and how companies advertised around those, if it was the Olympics in LA or, a World Cup in Japan or in Germany, the place where that event is hosted formed a huge part of the advertising. It was the backdrop to all the ad campaigns. And what we've seen about big sporting events hosted in controversial countries recently, whether it's the Russia World Cup, the China Olympics, or now the Qatar World Cup, is that all of the advertising is shying away from really referencing the country. So they're trying to distinguish the competition from the country. Arguably, given that there is so much disquiet around Qatar and what has happened there in the building of the stadiums and the treatment of the workers, and also, of course, the tolerance of people with different ways of life, it's difficult to do that. So although the brands might think that they can distinguish between those two things, the audience won't necessarily do that.
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of good crisis communications.
I was just going to say that. I feel, it's going to be a tricky one to negotiate.
They'll definitely have war-gamed these things.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. The other interesting thing, actually, very sort of quickly, is how brands are using different platforms. Because obviously GB News is you've got your player, you're very strong in social. But I just want to play another clip, because we've been working with Waze, who are the Google mapping app. And it's a great example, I think, of how non-media platforms are becoming good media sort of opportunities in their own right. Mm-hmm. Might sort of protect them from these sort of controversies. But we've got a quiz later on, and I wanted to show you this campaign for Ketchup, who use this mapping app based on speed. Ketchup comes out a bottle. Do you want to see the clip? Yes, have a look. This is our game show. What is the average speed of Heinz ketchup coming out of the bottle? Is it 0.0045 kilometres per hour, 0.0793 kilometres per hour, 0.6890 kilometres per hour, or 1.0055 kilometres per hour? Well, that was really good.
I'm going to go for C, 0.689 kilometres per hour.
And you're wrong.
That would be right.
You're good with the buzzer, but bad with the answers. So, are you guys ready?
Yep.
Well, hurry up then.
It's going to be A, the 45.
Well done. And we got another scorer. And there is actually a bit of a story behind this, and maybe we've got a bit of a film we can show, I believe, to show why that is relevant.
I've been stuck in traffic for the last 2 hours.
What's the holdup?
What should take me 5 minutes takes me about 30.
Yeah, love that campaign. I actually won big at the Drum Experience Awards as well, and I should sort of say a big thanks to our panellists here who were Saukonen of Decel at Burger King, Graham Douglas of Bicycle, Rue Roberts of Waze, and Mel Henson of Optimising. So thanks, guys. But Cameron, you know, brands are beginning to define these new angles, but do you think that's an opportunity for them to maybe then avoid getting embroiled in controversy?
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about this in some of the sessions yesterday, but, you know, there's just so much variety of media, and media takes many different forms now. You know, there are so many different media surfaces, touch points, platforms, channels, that even the brands that don't want to be associated with news. And I would say, by the way, that we have to be really careful with that, because if brands avoid news and defund news, then you're left with a news business, which is essential to us sharing knowledge and actually dealing with some of this issue of people maybe being stuck in their own little filter bubbles.
Yeah.
You know, we need news.
Good point to end on, Cameron. Have to say, really good point to end on, because I think in terms of you know, corporate social responsibility, I think brands should definitely be supporting independent journalists. So I do actually hope you guys can work down that boycott, because on the end of the day, you've got 200 journalists at work in London, £60 million investment. It's got to be good for the industry to have a new TV.
We
channel.
will.
Yes.
We will. They're coming back already. They'll come back.
Okay, but anyway, thanks to my amazing panel. Thanks to our amazing viewers as well. And remember, you can not only see this show on the Drum Catch Up, but every other part of Media Summit as well. You all need to do is go onto our homepage and click the TV icon on that homepage. So once again, thank you very much. Thanks to our sponsors as well, Google, Finecast, Critical, Waze, and Digital Turbine. Thanks, guys. See you soon.
We are now fully in the swing of Media Summit Day 2, and I can't wait to sit back and take in the rest of today's shows, and neither can you, I'm sure. Now, it would not have been possible without our amazing partners, so a huge thank you to Google, Finecast, Criteo, Waze, and Digital Turbine. Thank you to you. Now, next up is Chris Sutcliffe, who is hosting a chat show on gaming. Oh my goodness, we all love gaming, do we? Okay, well, we're going to find out. Take it away, Chris.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this panel discussion all about gaming, gaming-adjacent opportunities for marketers, and ultimately how the entire media ecosystem is evolving in tandem with gaming. And it's unfortunate, actually, that we only have 25 minutes, because I know that we could all talk about this for hours and hours and hours. But I'm delighted to be joined in studio by Mark and Sarah, and from Dubai by Natalie. So to begin with, I wondered, obviously, as Lynn inferred in that introduction, one of the things that we often don't talk about very often when we're talking about marketing is gaming. And I wondered, Sarah, what is the reason why, in a lot of cases, the perception is that gaming is almost inalienable for, or rather is sort of very difficult for marketers to get into?
I think it's just a bit misunderstood, to be honest. I think that a lot of brands see it as a world that they're not quite sure how to tap into, how to make it relevant to their audiences. And also gamers, there's this whole perception piece around gamers are young teenage boys locked in their bedrooms, but actually gamers now spread everything from younger teens right through to people in their 60s. They span male as well as females as well. So I think at the moment, because the perception is it's kind of like teenage boy, actually we've got to get past that and actually just treat it, in my mind, as sort of your traditional advertising 101. It's looking at your audience, find out, segment it correctly, and see how that can appeal. So I think because of all those factors, people are unsure about how to kind of bridge the gap between advertising and the gaming audience.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really interesting that you mentioned there about demographics broadening. And I know that we're going to touch upon that later. I just do want to recommend to everybody that they check out The Gaming Granny on YouTube, who is exactly what it sounds like. She goes through Skyrim with the help of a community, and we'll talk about community as well, but it is a fantastic watch. Natalie, coming to you, one of the things that we often talk about with gaming marketing is the initial lack of attribution and measurement which we had. Is that something that you think we're sort of still grappling with, or have we reached, with the advent of gaming joining the gold standard on the IAB UK, have we reached the point where gaming can be bought as a sort of main media buy?
Yeah, look, I think it's evolved an awful long way. I think, typically brands will struggle because it's not a world where you can force yourself in and sell product in a very tangible way. So I think it's that balance of what is building brand awareness and brand experience that brands typically struggle to measure anyway. But also doing it in a gaming world where it feels native, part of the experience versus a media buy or a branded partnership. And I think that's where a lot of brands are going wrong. Because if you think about that audience, it's not just the audience of gamers. You're actually dealing with the creators themselves within the games who, as we know, are massively adverse to brand sponsorship for all the money in the world. And so actually, how do you be part of a conversation where ultimately you're getting organic, shareable content out of the creators themselves versus paying your way into a brand partnership, which I think is quite interesting. And that's where I think the opportunity is.
Absolutely. And it's not even that long ago where the only time we saw brands really get into the gaming space was when they would create almost a game of their own. So we had Burger King getting into the space with Sneak King, which is the most bizarre game you'll ever see, where the king effectively breaks into people's houses. It's very strange indeed. And also Pepsi Man, which was a sort of Japanese exclusive game where you played as effectively a living Pepsi can. It's very, very strange. But Mark, often when we're talking about gaming, we typically think of it as its own little siloed medium. But in fact, a lot of what we're talking about there uses the same metrics. It uses attention, for instance, in much the same way that we talk about with other media as well, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of brands now, it's more of the progressive brands. They look at, particularly our form of gaming. We specialise in mobile games, more of the sort of ubiquitous games, more mass audience ones. But a lot of brands that we work with are looking for completion rates, attention metrics, your standard video metrics, and it kind of turns out that gaming, although it's sort of last in terms of mobile gaming, it's sort of last to the party in terms of getting brand spend. They've actually created formats that lend themselves really well to advertisers. So they break the content, they show the video to the end with audio, which frankly, most digital video advertising doesn't do anything close to that. So it's kind of it's a good time now for gaming and advertisers to work together, I think.
Well, absolutely, and that leads very neatly onto my next question. So, Sarah, we've talked there about mobile gaming, but obviously gaming itself spans this huge, great spectrum of titles, of ways of playing. So where do you think the biggest opportunities are for brands to get involved with gaming and almost generate some goodwill from the audience as they do?
Yeah, I think it's a hard one. I think well, in terms of goodwill, because I think that you can unpack that into two ways. Goodwill is about being able to understand the audience, understand what they're interested in, like you do in any media channel and any audience, is ensure that your brand is relative to them. I think it's also about goodwill in terms of, to me, gaming, advertising, it is more about an experience. It's almost like broadcast with benefits, if you like, where it needs to be a bit more multi-layered. So actually, it's a value exchange, like in social media, whereby it's not just here's an ad about X. It's a bit more playful, a bit more gamification. Get involved, do this, win this, and you can achieve this in this game. So I think in terms of goodwill, it's about really understanding the mindset of the gamers, whether it's the casual gamers, whether it's the hardcore gamers. So I think that's kind of the first thing that you would look at. And in terms of opportunities, really it depends. You almost need to look at game by game and unpack it. So when you look at, fashion's killing it at the moment, doing really well, health and beauty's, in that space now, maybe, I don't know, cars have a role within that. I think it's that playful nature of brands, progressive brands like what you were saying, which I think could get involved.
See, that's fascinating, and we can definitely talk about that. There's different verticals that are involved. But Natalie, I noticed you were nodding along quite vigorously there when Sarah was talking about understanding the mindset of gamers and players. And has that traditionally been a sticking point for marketers, do you think? And are we almost over the hump?
I think we are over the hump, but it's definitely been a sticking point. I think, if I look back in kind of clients 3-4 years ago and the obsession with wanting to kind of just be a brand in a gaming world and not necessarily understanding that actually forcing your way into that world with a product that's either not relevant or is actually detracting from the gaming experience can do a lot more harm than good in that sense. So I think the mindset of the gamer, but I also go back to the fact that whenever we talk about gaming audience, we're talking about the gamers, but actually the creators themselves within those platforms who are effectively our influencers in the gaming world, really understanding kind of how they want to interact with brands in a non-traditional sponsorship way is absolutely the key. It's no different to what we say in a traditional advertising world. It's about being part of the conversation and part of the culture.
See, and we've seen so many examples of brands really experimenting with that, and whether they did it effectively or not is really up to the viewer. One of the most prominent ones I can think of is when Tony the Tiger, Kellogg's sort of launched its own Twitch channel, and so you had Tony playing Fortnite alongside a bunch of like proper professional players. It was a completely bizarre experiment. It was well worth checking out because it just looked so strange. But Mark, when we're talking there about opportunities, I was just at the King headquarters in Stockholm, and for the upcoming Candy Crush 10th anniversary, and the amount of brand opportunity there that they were talking about was unbelievable. They were talking about well, a lot of it I can't talk about because I'm under NDA, but some of the stuff that... But for instance, some of the partnerships that they've had in the past, and therefore not covered by NDA, have been really, really interesting. So is there an opportunity around mobile gaming in particular for brands to sort of interact with players in a non-annoying way, in a non-interruptive way?
Well, I suppose this is the definition of what annoying is, but I mean, ultimately, mobile games, that they have some classic ad units in that in between levels you would have a video playing, typically video. You would also have a kind of rewarded video format as well. Mobile games tend to use video as the ad format, mainly because it monetizes really well for publishers and delivers for advertisers as well. The interesting thing is about adding sort of interactivity to those videos, which gaming allows you to do, using the technologies on the handset to enhance what would effectively be a traditional TV ad, because you show the whole screen, but adding creativity on top of it. That's the big opportunity, I think, and that maybe helps you kind of expand it beyond just a normal TV ad.
Absolutely, and I'm just being told in my ear that we do actually have some footage of Sneak King, that old Burger King game where the king was breaking and entering. So yeah, I think we can check that out now. As well. So, so what we'll do then is we'll move on to. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So the less we say about that, the better, I think. But Sarah, we were talking there about changing the perception of who is a gamer. And obviously we've seen studies from Facebook Gaming which showed that 1 in 3 people under some classifications counts as a gamer or a player. I know that some people in the industry like to talk about players rather than gamers because of almost a negative association with that word. How do you think we're going about changing that? Is it just a natural consequence of more people playing games and sort of understanding what they're about? Or is it a sort of concerted effort from marketers to almost sanitize those audiences?
I think a concerted effort from marketeers is actually go in game. So I think actually learn it. Like we did a project earlier this year on the metaverse, which is slightly different but similar, and we just had to immerse ourselves into different worlds to just try and get a feel for it. So I'd say for the marketeers to go and game it. But otherwise, it's probably highlighting people from the lots of different types of groups of gamers to actually, use them more within sort of comms to highlight the fact that it isn't just that teenager in a bedroom, that actually, it could be mum on her way back from the school run doing something on playing on a mobile phone, or it could be, a grandpa of an evening playing some games when, his wife is cooking dinner or whatever it may be. So I think it's just about honing in on not the stereotypical types of target audiences that people assume and put more of a highlight on those different audiences.
Yeah, certainly. And Natalie, obviously we're coming to you remotely, but one of the things that we consistently hear from those gaming adjacent platforms like Twitch is that community aspect of gaming is of paramount importance to advertisers. Is that something that brands can engage with effectively, or is it always going to be seen as intrusive?
I think they absolutely can. We did a piece of work recently, and we talked a lot about Burger King, but there's a brand that's obviously got big ambition to be part of the gaming community. And one of the things we looked at was a really popular game, Elden Ring. And did a big study of kind of the creators within that game and what they were talking about, what conversations they were having amongst themselves. And it's an infamous game for its challenges within the game. So we'd come up with almost a creative hijack for Burger King to be part of that, which was less about promoting the brand and it was more about offering a challenge to the creators within it to literally flame grill everything in sight. So they could play the whole Elden Ring game, but only using the power of fire for this challenge. So immediately you've got 8 hours worth of content creators actually living your brand values and talking about your brand without actually forcing a product into a direct sales push or brand push into the game. And the reaction to that from the creators themselves was really telling. They said, we've said no to 30 or 40 kind of game sponsorship opportunities. This is the first time that actually a brand has just gone, do you know what? You do what you do best, off you go, create your videos, and here's a challenge to engage with. And that was kind of it. So it was met extremely positively. And I think for us, that was a real kind of eye-opener to say, do you know what, like if we can actually do this in a very native, natural way, and really get inside again to our point earlier, the mindset of the creators, then this is far more powerful. That led to sharing, to lots of organic content, to influencers going crazy, which was far more powerful than any of the branded content that we could have put directly into the game.
See, and I think that's fascinating because one of the endings in Elden Ring Has you burned down the entire world? So that is the ultimate in flame grilling, I expect. So Mark, when we're talking there about sort of gaming adjacent activity as well, obviously you mentioned video within kind of the mobile game form. Is the value exchange clear enough, do you think, to sort of players on mobile? Have they just become habituated to that means of funding games through playing ads? And sort of, do they understand that ad funding is one of the biggest models now for gaming revenue?
I think it's pretty known to consumers, isn't it? If you can either take the premium version of the game and have no ads, or you can take a ad-funded version. I think gaming's been quite the mobile games companies, the publishers are quite clever at the way they introduce ads and video ads into their games. Some maybe go a little bit over the top in terms of the number of adverts in there, but on balance, I think it's a good trade-off, and the customers understand it.
Yeah, certainly, and it's fascinating how quickly that did become part and parcel of the wider gaming landscape. Sarah, I wonder, we've seen some fantastic examples of women creators on Twitch, of women esports stars. Is there a way for brands to then speak to gaming audiences who are women, but without it feeling pandering and almost like we know that you're women and that you play games, really sounding like really obvious?
Yeah, I know. Well, yes. I think first off is to immerse yourself in the gaming community. So actually get involved in some of those kind of more niche community chat rooms where you can actually understand the kind of things that they're talking about, the things which are of interest from them, things that they have an interest in. And I think it's understanding what they're keen to hear about, what they generally talk about, the things that they love. And also as a brand, just be a bit more authentic, spirited about it all. And I think that would be a way to then use that as a base of a narrative by which you would then communicate with that audience.
See, that I think is absolutely fascinating. And it wasn't all that long ago when I was talking to a couple of magazine publishers in the UK about potentially doing an esports title. And one of the things that they mentioned was for brands to get involved, they wanted more to focus on narratives and stories of individual players. So Natalie, is there an opportunity still to kind of focus on those individual creators, as you mentioned before, to really activate this community, almost exactly as we have done with influencers in the past?
No, I absolutely think there is, and those are the most respected kind of people within the gaming community, and that peer set is so tight in terms of the relationships that they have with between them. You only have to look at some of the conversations that are happening on Twitch or Twitter and in the different forums, and there's a whole that sense of community is massive. So I do think there are heroes within the gaming world at a very micro and a macro perspective. So I think the way to Sarah's point earlier is really understanding what's being discussed and the topics and themes of those conversations so that you can have an authentic point of view.
One of the things as well that Sarah mentioned was, potential for new verticals and sectors to become involved in that gaming space. You mentioned the metaverse, and we ran an op-ed not too long ago that was effectively arguing that everything that people think about the metaverse is just gaming, just under a sort of sanitized name. So to what extent do you think that has almost provided an excuse for other brands to suddenly leap into this and start experimenting without that kind of stigma of it being gaming?
I don't know. I don't know if it. I understand the question. I don't know if there's the stigma is because that stigma game. I'm going to go to metaverse. I do think there's a bit about it's cool. Let's just show up.
That's fair.
I think that's also some of those progressive brands are like, you know what, we're going to do it because I want to do it before they do it. Some of it's just to be seen. Some brands just like to play around and just see what happens. I think the metaverse, it's an unknown entity. It's full of excitement. There is negative press on there as well because the operability of it and the regulation behind it. But equally, it's a creator's, kingdom of so many things that you can do and you can make, and therefore brands can actually approach the metaverse not just through a broadcast lens, but actually think about it through more of a financial lens. So actually, when we think about brands that have, fashion brands again, who have come up with, their outfit in the real world and their outfit in the virtual world, and they start to bridge the gap between the two. So there's actually commercial possibilities there. So I'm not sure if it's to avoid gaming, because like you say, it's gaming ultimately. They're the platforms which are the safest in the metaverse as we speak. So it's a nice way to try it out, I guess.
Yeah, certainly. I did a video tour for the drum of Gucci Town, for instance.
Yeah.
And all the way through, I was just like, well, this is just our game. It's just kind of
Yeah.
been reskinned with Gucci items. It's bizarre how it's sort of that conversation's evolved. But I suppose, Mark, the question for you then is, do you think there is still room for more verticals, for more brands to start really piling in? Or have we sort of seen a cap on the type of brands that are getting involved? Sarah mentioned automotive before, but to what extent do you think there are other opportunities there for different sectors to get involved?
It's pretty broad. I mean, the cross-section of brands that we see that advertise on our units and our formats is all programmatic. Most of our advertisers plugging in through their trade desk, tapping into audiences, delivering sort of standard video. I suppose where we sit, where we're trying to persuade brands to advertise more on our channel, is to get them to think about the format and the audience, and that it's just video. You're delivering digital video advertising, and less about the sort of, not gimmicky, but the sort of less sort of niche elements of that sort of gaming space.
Yeah.
We're trying to kind of get away from that sort of a perception of gaming into a more real-world media channel that is traded programmatically, that's trackable, measurable, all the things that you should look for as an advertiser when you're running ads.
Absolutely, and I'm delighted that you brought it up, because that is obviously a really nice... well, we could be talking about that for half an hour instead, but yeah, we should probably keep this on track. So, Natalie, when we're talking about gaming as that medium then, what do you see as being, or rather what do you advise people to look for those big opportunities? Is it those brand extensions? Is it extending the IP into kind of gaming spaces? Where do you foresee the big opportunities lying there?
I definitely think it's brand extensions versus, putting brand IP into the world. I think brands need to think kind of I'd say they need to think slightly differently about how they can be part of the experience. So you see obviously a lot of brands creating branded content, the Gucci example, putting a Pizza Hut in the metaverse, all of those different things, which is all very well and good, but in terms of the true engagement with the gaming community, and also them being able to leverage them to organically create content and spread the brand message, that's much more limited when you're just a branded entity within the gaming world.
Absolutely.
So I think for me, it's looking at kind of how do I extend my brand to make sure that I can offer an experience that is right for that world.
Yeah, certainly. It's incredibly jarring when it's done incorrectly. And this isn't even necessarily a bad example, but Mercedes paid to have some of their cars in Mario Kart. And it's the most jarring thing in the world to suddenly see Mario driving like a family saloon on a track, in the Mushroom Kingdom. It's so strange. But there are examples of brands doing this really, really well. And we saw that with the Ted Lasso integration within FIFA. I think we have a clip to show of that, because it really does fit incredibly well within the game world.
He doesn't do things conventionally, but then again, none of the great managers do. He's proven he belongs in the game.
He didn't know a thing about football, but that didn't matter.
He's someone you just can't help but root for.
He knows how to block out the noise.
He's a great manager and an even better man. And if you tell him I said that, I will brain you.
A risky challenge. Oh, yes! Wonderful goal!
EA Sports. I'm in the game. Oh, did I sound like the guy?
Yeah, you sounded like the guy, Ted.
It's probably the best modelled moustache I've seen in quite some time. So we're coming to the end of the discussion then, and obviously we've covered a lot of ground, but we could have dug in really in-depth to any one of the things that we mentioned. I wondered, could we go around the panel and really talk about what we're most excited for in marketing and gaming over the next couple of years? Is it the metaverse? Is it some of those brand extensions? Is it the kind of the wider availability of attribution and measurement systems? Sarah, what would you say are some of the big... what we say?
That's a huge question.
I know. It could even be an upcoming game release. What are you most excited about?
I think it's just become more apparent. I think isn't the average? It's like only 3% of the marketing budget is within gaming. I think seeing something like that grow and build will be, for me, more exciting, because what that means when more brands are present in that space, it means there'll be more opportunities in that space, and that will feed into the creative opportunities, not only for the game producers, but also for the brands that sit within there. It will make the world of gaming more appealing, more attractive to those broader audiences. And I think it'll just be exciting as to where it goes, and it's about like lifting that stereotypical haze that's been on it for far too long now, and making it more accessible.
That 3% stat's really almost dispiriting, because it's the most lucrative entertainment medium in the world, and yet so little, I suppose, attention is given to it. Still growing though. And so, Mark, what would you say are some of those? Where are you most excited about, kind of where the gaming space is going?
No, for us, we're sort of living it at the minute, and that every month we'll get a new advertiser that hasn't advertised on our platform before, big tier advertisers. So it is gaining momentum. The bit that's probably the most exciting is the creative angle that brands can take around formats and do something just slightly different to what they do in the more traditional channels. And that creates something that brands can identify with, along with the core metrics like reach, frequency, and your core advertising metrics.
We mentioned broadcast with benefits earlier.
There you go. That's the one. I'll coin that.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah, that was there. Yeah. So, to what extent then do you think that the nature of gaming, that kind of very engaged nature of what gaming actually does build upon what you've just said there about making sure that brands get their money's worth ROI from investing in it?
Sorry, what do you mean by that?
Oh, so when we're talking about people being particularly engaged with it because of what gaming is, do you think that brands will see a sort of a higher ROI on gaming adjacent advertising?
Well, the interesting in our space, in the mobile gaming space, because the format lends itself to an environment where you're in a sort of entertainment mode, consumers tend to be more receptive to advertising. Also, it's a non-skippable format, so you have to watch the advert, it breaks up the content, it does all the things that TV and radio do that everyone thought sort of are dinosaur mediums, but actually it goes back to what branding should be, which is interrupt the content, show the advert. So hopefully that sort of narrative spills through into agencies and brands, and they kind of get it.
Nice. And Natalie, we have about 20 seconds left, I'm afraid. So what would you say are you most excited about?
Yeah, I think, not to get on my soapbox again, but I think the brand extension and the creative opportunity. Look, at the end of the day, it's about a brand being part of culture. And, in a traditional advertising sense, those are the most successful brands in the world. So if brands can get that right and they can be part of that native experience, then I think the ROI piece becomes a no-brainer.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Natalie, Mark and Sarah. That's been a fantastic chat. And do stick around on thedrum.com, where we're going to be writing about gaming a lot more if I have my way. But for now, thank you so much to my panel.
Wow, great stuff. Now, who doesn't love a chat about gaming, eh? Well, I think I might need to get into it now. I don't know how I feel about Burger King right now, but I'm going to check that out, that game. So it's probably my level. Now, whether it's your thing or not, it's always an exciting topic to engage in, so I'm sure you'll all agree. Now, speaking of engaging, our social channels have been lighting up with comments, some of which I have here. So we had a guy, what was his name? Dominic from Twitter was saying that he loved the gaming session. So well done, good job, Chris. Obviously, he's been behaving himself. And we did also have another comment come in from LinkedIn from Daniel, who said that he loved Gordon's bonnet. So there you go. That's 2 and 2D. Gordon's definitely going to get a big head now. But hey, I'm sure he'll love it. Okay, you know what? Now we've got a little bit of time. It brings me an opportunity to get Jenny up. So Jenny is amazing. So Jenny, come and join me. So Jenny, we put you through your paces yesterday, didn't we?
You did indeed.
And you caught up with Google.
I did, last session of the day.
Last session. If you missed it, don't worry, because you can see it on thedrum.com. But do you want to tell us about it?
Yeah, of course. So it was all about privacy, and obviously we had lots of topics starting with cookies and then TV throughout the day. And privacy was something that really came up, but we kind of closed out the session with some really key insights and advice of what that privacy journey looks like for different businesses and how they can, adapt their businesses for that world. So yeah, it was full of laughs, but I'm not going to give away those insights because, as you said, they can catch up on demand.
We can do it, exactly. And I think it was really good because I think Google are doing a lot in that space, aren't they? So
definitely, and they've just done this really cool piece of research as well with so that was the basis of it. So go check it out.
Check it out and check out the research too. Well, thank you so much, Jenny.
No
So actually, since you're here, I do want to ask you something else. What are you looking forward to coming up?
Well, I have a session at the end of today on retail media, but I actually think there's lots of great stuff today. I think the digital home session will be really interesting. I know Hannah's going to be chatting more data later, so yeah, lots to tune into, lots of excitement.
And you don't want to miss the digital out of home session because I'm doing it.
Of course.
Yeah, and I have a star-studded lineup, so yeah. So thank you so much. And for everyone else, enjoy the rest of the show because we have got lots and lots coming up. So yeah, thank you so much. Stay tuned.
No way. I'm Dr. Curran, and today I'm going to be answering some questions about the COVID-19 vaccine. How does the COVID-19 vaccine work? Well, they work like all vaccines. They send a signal to your immune system. Your immune system makes antibodies to fight the virus. They don't change your DNA, they don't contain the active virus, and there's no evidence to suggest it affects fertility. How do I know the vaccine is safe? Well, for one, there's no way it would ever have been approved for use by millions of people if there was any doubt over its safety. And there's no part of the process that's been skipped. There's been more resources, more funding, more researchers and more scientists because the world needed it. What's in the vaccine? Is there meat in it? There's no human or animal products or egg in the COVID-19 vaccine ingredients list. You can learn way more about the COVID-19 vaccines at the British Red Cross website, so check it out for yourself and swipe up.
Hi, I'm Nana Crawford and I'm the social media manager at the British Red Cross, and I'm talking about our vaccine hesitancy campaign, which won Best Use of Social Media for the Drum Social Purpose Awards. Our original brief was based around some polling research that we'd done around vaccine hesitancy. Our research showed that young people, sort of under 35, 36, and people from Black British and British Asian communities were less likely to take up the vaccine because of misinformation that was spreading around via social media. For us, the British Red Cross has always been involved in mass immunisation programmes, and we really want to become a trusted voice in the public health sector. So it was really important for us to use social media to combat the myths that were spreading and to kind of provide facts. So to help people feel really empowered and knowledgeable around the decisions that they were making in taking up the vaccine.
We wanted to make sure that our social content was reinforcing facts and not fiction and not helping to spread misinformation. So to do that, we looked on social media itself and also at our research to identify some of the key and common myths that were spreading. These included things like the vaccine affects your DNA, the vaccines were rushed. So what we did was we created bespoke social media assets for our different social platforms. These included very short TikTok videos, Instagram carousels, explainer videos on Facebook to try and address each myth.
Our content was tailored for each of the channels. So we had on Instagram, the content was carousels. We had lots of Instagram carousels with information about each of the myths that we were trying to bust and some facts. We worked with the influencers to create reels as well, because obviously Instagram is now all about video content and reels. So we wanted to make the content really relatable to the channel and how people would receive the information. On Twitter, it was very focused on what people were talking about, what was in the news then and there. That's really important when you're doing any campaign around tailoring the content for the channel, because there's no point just kind of hacking something and just chucking it on the channel. People consume social media differently on those channels, so we had to make sure that the content that was on those channels was how people would consume it as well.
We wanted to make it relatable, and we weren't afraid to have fun with it because ultimately it was our best performing channel, and I think that shows.
The biggest challenge with the vaccine campaign was what was happening in the world. When the vaccines came out, there were so many rules. We had multiple lockdowns. We were told, to get the first jab and then you'd have to wait 12 weeks for your next jab, but then that was brought up to 8 weeks. So as we were kind of delivering the campaign, government guidelines were changing, things were changing all the time. So we had to be adaptable and we had to be super flexible around the content. So if we put out a reel with an influencer that says, this particular thing, and the next day it's just like, well, actually you can do this now. It's like, right, okay, so that information no longer is current. So we need to put out more current information. I think that was what was really good about using TikTok, because we could provide that up-to-date information as things were changing.
In terms of social results, our content had over 1.6 million impressions and over 100,000 engagements. We had a target of reaching 10 influencers from Black British and British Asian communities, and we ended up using around 21 that had a reach of over 375,000. So we were actually reaching the communities that the misinformation was spreading within.
The biggest piece of advice that I would give to an organisation or an agency or anyone who wants to execute a campaign that's based on either public health or information that the wider public space would be reading is that sometimes it's important to understand that although you have the channel and the presence to talk about something, you're not necessarily the right person to talk about something. And what I mean is through influencers. So although we are the British Red Cross, yes, we know that, and our channels are there, but when people come to our channels, they see that kind of corporate banner, as it were. So putting faces on our channels and having faces that people can see in themselves and find relatable was really important for us, because we knew that, in the scale of, like organisations that you're likely to trust or people that you're likely to trust, corporations and kind of big organisations weren't at the top. So it was really important for us to have those kind of singular faces and to have people that people could relate to.
My one piece of advice for delivering a social media campaign would be always put the user and the audience front of mind. Put yourself in the mind of your followers. If you saw this post or this particular campaign, how do you want to make them feel? What do you want to get across? So I guess it's just always remembering, what does our audience want? What does our audience need? And how can we listen to them better to make ourselves better?
So we created and launched the infomercial on Vladimir's page. In the copy, we added a line to get people to call a hotline number. And when they called it, they heard a bespoke track that he'd made, and it subtly mentions Vladimir Crocs. Vladimir's DJ set on both VDC's Instagram channel and Crocs Europe. As soon as the limited edition clock had sold out, users were taken to a sold out page in which they could play a retro 8-bit game. Once they played that game, they were to post a screenshot of their high score. That gave them an opportunity to win the last pair of Vladimir Poshmark Crocs.
Welcome, everybody. We're hosting now the Strictly Data Show. I'm a reporter at The Drum. I'm called Hannah Bowler. And today we're going to be talking all about data and measurement, and we cannot have a media summit without getting into the weeds of data and measurement. So I've got a lovely panel here today, and I think we're going to be kind of chatting through the challenges of cross-media measurement, which is, in this very fragmented landscape, I think all brands and marketers are just trying to understand how to connect the data dots between different points. And they're also under a lot of pressure at the moment to kind of report back to senior leadership, you know, how things are performing, and, you know, that everyone at senior leadership wants to know if their money is being spent well, and that's a lot of pressure on brands and marketers. So I think that's where we're going to kind of be kicking off this conversation. I've got a lovely panellist here, all join us in person, filling out a lovely sofa. So to the side of me, we have got Andy Hopkins, who is Strategic Director of Extreme Reach. Next to him, we've got Mike Shaw, Head of Ad Sales at Roku. Hayley Cochran, who is VP of Digital and Advanced Ad Sales at NBC. And then at the end, we've got Cecile Nathan-Tolley, who is Global Head of Client Strategy at Edelman Data. So thank you guys very much. And I think I'm going to pick on Mike first, if that's okay.
Okay.
So we've kind of been talking a lot about how fragmented, obviously, the measurement space is. There's so many different suppliers, so many different solutions out there. And there's kind of a big debate at the moment whether we should be like searching for a single currency for standardization, or if the kind of measurement space should be full of lots of different vendors to kind of all kind of put in their own spin on the measurement. So if you wanted to maybe kick off there, I think.
So I think it's probably going to be very, very hard for there to be a single currency that can do all of the things that we essentially want to be able to do to tell a story about effectiveness in media these days. The model of having a single thing, for example, in the UK, let's pick Barb for television. Very good for giving you a reach and frequency overview that everybody can agree on and that becomes a tradable, actionable source of truth for the television industry. But does it tell you anything about brand lift? Does it tell you anything about sales lift? Does it tell you anything about sentiment? It doesn't. And because we know that advertising impacts all of these things, we're probably moving to a world where actually there's going to be multiple solutions that are going to be required to do this. And I think in that world, and Roku very much is kind of part of that, we have a third-party measurement program that partners with multiple vendors depending on what the brands and agencies want to be able to go and talk about, what they want to be able to prove. I think the fundamentals here are the research players, the insight players, the measurement players need to be independent of media. There has to be a division so that there is no favour essentially in the metrics themselves. And then secondly, there has to be a kind of a quality level, a bar, if you like. So some body like the MRC, for example, in the US, that essentially looks at methodologies and makes sure that those organisations are kind of abiding by what they say they are, and the quality of the output is sufficient to meet end user requirements. And I think a multi-solution world, depending on what we're looking for, is probably where we're headed.
Hayley actually recently kind of penned a piece in The Drum about kind of calling for a multi-currency kind of solution to this. I don't know if maybe you wanted to feed off Mike's little previous comment.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, completely to your point. I think so much of it is tied, I'm going to kind of flip it over. And so much about it is anchored in building consumer trust. And in order for us to do that, we need to, build a beautiful consumer experience. And it's so important because ultimately, having consumer trust, having a beautiful consumer experience is going to generate more consumer loyalty. And here at NBC Universal, last year, we essentially challenged, we went with independence. When we decided we were going to go and create measurement independence. And we issued 54 RFPs, measurement RFPs, to call for the whole industry to essentially, power forward innovation. Because to your point, I mean, a multi-currency future is how we all have to approach it. Consumers today, it used to be once a single screen, one audience, you would have one audience, single screen, one creative, and one measurement company. But we don't live in that world anymore. We've entered to a whole new era where people are consuming content how, when, where they want, and whatever device they want it from it. So it's an always on-demand society. So we have to be able to adopt measurement solutions that represent that entire consumer experience. And that benefits the whole ecosystem. And that isn't just going to be one solution, to your point. Yeah. That means that we have to, as an industry, adopt a multi-currency measurement future. And that's really exciting. So when we went and issued that RFP process last year, we had the most overwhelming results. We had 120 different companies put their hand up and say, hey, we want to go on that journey with you, and we want to be part of that ride to kind of achieve this multi-measurement, multi-currency future. And the whole organization has really, got fully behind it. We're really excited about it, and it's all led by Kelly Kerian in the US. So yeah, we are fully on board. I think it's a multi-currency future.
Yeah, and maybe just to the NBC point again, how does NBC kind of engage its brands and consumers and have a kind of like aligned data process? Like, how does it work for you guys?
The pace at which media consumption habits are changing just accelerates every single day. So in order for us to keep up with the industry and stay ahead of the consumer, we have to gain, to my point earlier, gain consumer trust. And you do that by building the best possible experience for consumers. And that is at the center and the core of what we do here at NBC Universal. And part of that is having consumer trust, having that type of loyalty means that you can engage these consumers across all different touch points, across all platforms with these premium brand safe environments. Now, something that we've been really leading the charge on is, and leaning into, is our identity platform, which is called NBC Unified. And that's where we unify all of our consumer touchpoints across the whole ecosystem that's NBC Universal. So think news, entertainment, sports, subscriptions, our ad-supported streaming service, Peacock, all of this into a single user's profile and identity. And that's called NBC Unified. And part of that, it means that you can deliver precision targeting. It means that you can have more accurate measurements. It means you can offer more personalized experiences. And all of that is going to generate greater impact for both marketers and consumers. But in order for us to really scale first-party data, you have to, as an industry, we have to adopt a uniform identity framework that enables interoperability. Yep. So ultimately, if you want addressability at scale, you need collaboration at scale. And that's going to benefit the whole ecosystem overall. So yeah, that's what we're really leading the charge on NBC Unified. Also totally believe in a multi-currency measurement future. And all of that's ultimately anchored in building consumer trust and generating partnerships with organizations that ultimately have the same values as what we do. So we think about consumer trust and consumers as a true north, but at the same time, it's about, user experience, and those partners need to have the same sort of synergies as what we do. So an example would be, we recently partnered with Apple here in the UK, where we've now act as their exclusive sales house to bring the full Apple News proposition to the market. So it's in a way that's never been done before. So you've got access to first-party data, it's these high-impact, beautiful ad experiences, it's sponsorship opportunities, but the platform's ultimately built on a foundation of trust, transparency, premium, privacy, all perfectly aligned to what we think and do at NBC Universal every single day. So, yeah.
Thanks for a good run-through.
Thank you.
I was just going to say, a lot of this is kind of the jumping off points, I guess, been performance and measuring performance of campaigns. But Andy, we've got you over here who we were talking just before we went on, actually, about how you can kind of play a lot of this into other aspects that's not basically just measuring your campaign and how the product went, but how this could be really used in terms of sustainability and purpose and all of these other aspects that brands are trying to tap into that's less, here's the product.
Yeah, it's a really interesting recent development in our world. It's great to hear, incidentally, the idea of unification, because we absolutely believe in all that stuff. We're working with many global brands who are trying to stitch this extraordinarily complex picture of media effectiveness across multiple campaigns, across multiple media, across multiple campaigns, across multiple brands. And it's an almost impossible task, but it's still a quest we're all on. But interestingly, in the journey, the piece that we look at is not only the media performance data that we pull back to assess whether a campaign has been effective or not versus others, but increasingly, as you mentioned, we're also looking to be achieving those goals within an appropriate diversity and accessibility program, doing that in a sustainable kind of way. There are two very big initiatives in our business right now. Just about, controversially, we've just analysed 1 million ads in the North American market. And we're going to be, and we have a clever algorithm that establishes the gender and age, which is important to me, and ethnicity of the talent within the ad, and we're tracking that over a 3-year period, and we're just putting it out there in a couple of weeks' time. A number of our brands have very clearly defined diversity programs, and what we're doing is we're putting the data on the table to say, well, are you achieving it? How are you doing it? Which brands are doing best? Where are you having greatest impact? So those are the kind of things that we're now being asked. Performance is not just 0 to 60 performance. It is 0 to 60 performance and whether they're achieving objectives, but in an appropriate way. And when it comes to sustainability, the whole Net Zero initiative launched at Cannes had huge support, and we're working with people like AdGreen, where the production of a campaign is being assessed for whether the carbon footprint is being optimised, how many people are travelling to the set, what's happening to the set after it's been built, how much energy is being used. But what we're doing is we're taking a look at that production and measuring how much of it has been used or not. Slightly terrifying me. Between 20 and 50% of all of the content that comes into our platform, hundreds of campaigns, with dozens of brands running in hundreds of markets, between 20 and 50% never sees the light of day. It's an extraordinary amount of waste, the stuff that's produced. When I was a boy, when I first came into work in the advertising, into the marketing business at Procter & Gamble, there was no difference between a creative agency and a media agency. They were connected. Now, because of the world, there's a huge seismic kind of change of the tectonic plates of creative and media are separated. There's a huge gap between the part of the industry that's producing stuff and the part of the industry that is making sure that stuff gets seen by the right people at the right time at a reasonable price. And the cost of that is huge ways. So we're now beginning to feed that kind of sustainability argument back into our clients' evaluation of whether they've been successful or not.
What are some of the, of all the challenges you just discussed, what are kind of the main challenges that clients are saying to you that they're really needing this for?
Very interesting. It's really it's a theme that's already come through. It's helping connect the dots for them in a standardised way. Mm-hmm. It's such a fragmented supply chain. The marketing supply chain, frankly, with a wastage figure of 20 to 50%, does it really deserve to be called a chain? The way we do it now. Mm-hmm. So anything that we can do to stitch things together in a standardised way so that a kind of an overall view of what's going on globally and then down to a campaign level is what they're really keen for us to do. And we're increasingly being asked, because we're kind of a third party, we're kind of a bit different from anybody else, we're being encouraged to, and we're encouraging others to become kind of good global citizens. Mm-hmm. Put aside for a moment what we're trying to achieve for a given client, but work collectively with other players within the supply chain to join it up. And I suppose if there's one thing, it's that connectivity. If there's the other thing, it's just knowledge of how it all stitches together, because it's a complex world we all live in. I don't believe a single brand understands the world you operate within. There's not a single brand that understands it. Some of them are getting close, but the detail of how it all works, so you and we have the responsibility of helping them really get under the guts of how they can better run their business. And it's increasingly so as life becomes more and more complex.
God, being a brand and getting to see how much wastage you're actually putting through would be terrifying.
Well, terrifying. We had a meeting, just an example, we had a really well-disciplined, well-organised, well-established brand that we were looking at, a series of half a dozen digital campaigns. And we did a whole evaluation of which assets got used and which didn't across their top 8 markets, across the 3 months.
And the money,
And the money. we kind of benchmarked it and said to the brand, so how much use do you reckon? They said we reckon about 75% of the stuff we produce has been used. 15% was used.
Wow.
Not a great meeting.
Yeah.
But actually, it was a brilliant meeting.
Some high stress, I feel.
What they did, over a 4-month period, they looked at it all and they halved their production budget. They said, we're going to stop making half of it. And they might stop making another half of it in a year's time when we give them results again. But if we put the data in front of people, brands don't want to waste money. Unfortunately, being a brand manager, I was that soldier. Yeah. You don't get being a brand manager by not making ads. You don't become a successful creative agency if you don't make ads. But actually, they should make less. And what we're increasingly asked to do is explain what's going on out there so they can see what's being used, what's not being used, make more of what is being used, make less of what isn't, and move on. So that's increasingly to shine a light on this rather dark, misty, confused ecosystem.
Yeah, I feel like that is a needed thing just to show it that way.
Our job is to turn the light on, fundamentally.
Now, one thing that I've always struck me when I've kind of been talking to marketers is kind of always looking at a short term and a long term. And that's one thing that I find with the measurement debate that's kind of, it's always like looking at reactionary, how's this campaign done, 2 or 3 weeks afterwards, or then we're looking to what impact we can make, 2 years down the line. Is there anything kind of missing in that middle spot? Is there any solutions, or are we missing a trick by basically focusing on the very short term or the super long term? I don't know if, Cecile, you've not spoken yet. Maybe we could call you and pick on you.
So yeah, this is really the deep questions that we got for our clients. You still need the short term, which I wish was 3 months. It's actually real time. And it's about optimization on the fly across your multi-channel, making sure your assets are used properly, which one is performing, which one actually we're going to drop and goes into your waste bag, etc. But we really need to create integrated measurement frameworks that gives you the full picture beyond advertising. I'm Edelman, so I'm also defending earned. But how does it work? How does everything work together? And you need to bring your online, offline, everything together. That's your short term. Long term has always been help me to prove for my leadership that I've delivered return on investments, that I drove brand loyalty, purchase, recommendation, advocacy. But that's the middle that is also missing. You mentioned trust, again, Edelman, so I cannot avoid trust. But we are building, it's how do I build that long-term journey? How do I get there? How do I think of more audiences than just my consumers? But to get to my long-term, how do I understand how I leverage my employees? How do I understand how I did engage with other stakeholders as NGOs, public affairs, activist citizens? And you see me coming. It's not an opportunity in the long term. It's also now a new mandate for brand and businesses. You've mentioned sustainability. They also have kind of mandate to drive progress in society and have a purpose. Yeah. So we were discussing earlier when we're preparing this session, my big headache or challenge or excitement is to help brands and clients prove and demonstrate how they are driving positive change in society. Some through philanthropic and foundation work, some through massive employee programs, trying to drive diversity and inclusion. My pharma clients, for instance, through their clinical trials, through education, through acting, through communities to give access to underprivileged communities. How do we prove they are driving a change against systemic issues in society? So it's not only getting faster and more complex short term, but the ambition and the mandate is even more challenging and exciting.
I think what's interesting, there is a change within the marketing community where, go back 5 years, we would be talking largely to marketing procurement and to marketing operations maybe. We're now talking as much to the people responsible to run those big corporate purpose initiatives. And interestingly, we had a conversation with a very large client that we've been trying to make progress with for a little while. And because the diversity and accessibility team saw what we were doing, they're raising all sorts of interesting questions that might benefit us in the future, because they're saying getting this data is sufficiently important for us now to consider that remodeling our supply chain. That would not have happened 2-3 years ago. And marketing procurement people, in our experience, they all have sustainability and diversity targets themselves. And that's a big change.
Yeah, I remember covering Mars actually introduced a kind of metric that they were covering their purpose-driven campaigns for, and now senior leaders are like bonused on that metric,
absolutely.
and it goes up to the board.
Absolutely.
And that was like a really interesting
Yes.
shift, and how you measure that is just so interesting. Because can you maybe unpack a few of the metrics that it's based on in order to prove it works?
So it really depends on the type of purpose campaign. Like, I'm currently working with AstraZeneca on their fight to drive health equity in the US society. You can imagine the size, and it's systemic. So you're not the only one. Like, it also requires regulation, etc. So these ones is kind of probably the North Star and ambitious, but you also have, like, I'm privileged to work very closely with probably the first companies that have been purpose-driven, Unilever, across both Unilever and their brands. Like, beyond, like, how many girls and women Dove has helped across the world to build their body confidence and self-esteem over, oh my God, it's 20 years now. Like, how does it drive? Did they drive a change in mentality? Are we changing the cultural code? So these are the kind of metrics. We're also looking at how we impact in culture. To give you an example, Dove recently did a campaign in Asia when young girls were asked to cut their hair. And like, it was really challenging, particularly when you're not necessarily like, a company from that culture, but to help support girls and change the expectation of society so you drive basically new behavior. So all of these cultural changes are also what we need to track.
It's very interesting. There's a KPI that we track for a very large client of ours. I won't say who they are, the largest advertisers in the world. And they wanted to, as hard as they could, encourage female cast members in their production crews. And there's quite a big initiative in the States to capture the gender of anybody participating in a crew. It's not particularly easy to do that. The metric that we provide them for every single ad they make is the gender of the director. Because they've discovered, get the gender right at the director level, and the rest of the crew kind of falls into place. And over time, that's been used to drive behaviour and also prove out something that they long suspected, which is women make much better ads than men do for women-related products and services. Surprise, surprise. But that is a really interesting, a KPI. So we are increasingly, we capture that data because we capture all their production costs around the world for everything, and we know the gender of the director. And we report that to the senior manager, global head of marketing, sees that data.
Yeah. It's a really interesting kind of new space to push into.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I don't know how long we have, we've got a few minutes left, but I think something this is just often such a complicated picture, I think, the measurement debate, and there's a lot of confusion around it, and people are really looking for like a clear-cut answer of like where to invest or where it should be heading. And I feel like at the Drum we try and offer that kind of thing in terms of finding solutions, and Mike, maybe I'd go with you. Where should marketers be investing in this space? Like, what solutions can you kind of help enlighten our audience with in terms of where they should be putting their spend?
I think one of the great things about the way that media has gone in its various digitization is that essentially there's now feedback loops. We've talked about the value of the first party data already, and I think if I were a marketer, I'd be spending a lot of time now thinking about the first party data. How do I get a relationship with as many, and I say a relationship, how do I understand who these people actually are? Because you're now able to join up a lot more dots in terms of how you reach them across their media journey, whatever device, whatever media channels you choose to use. You can also start joining up data sets around commerce, around consumption and things like this, if you have the right architecture in place. So if I were a brand, I'd be spending a lot of time thinking about that first party data. How do I get more of it? And then how do I use it? And where are the ways and who am I going to partner with to actually go and activate that? And I think you're seeing like one of the things we see a huge amount of heat on in the overall investment community is around things like data clean rooms and all of the technology that's really built around this idea of collaborating. We've talked about it a bit already. And I think that's where I would say as a marketer, there's a lot of things you could be doing, but that would be top of the list.
I think I'm going to piggyback off that as well and just say, as an industry, I think we need to move beyond just thinking about age and gender when planning campaigns. To your point, we need to think about people as real people with likes, passions, fears, dislikes. Who are they? What are they up to? How do they operate across platforms? What content and messaging is resonating with them and why? And that is what we need to use. That's the signal we need to use to better measure and execute effective campaigns for our marketers.
Hey, well, that is all we've got time for, and I feel like that was the perfect way to kind of wrap up and end. Thank you guys so much to Andy, to Mike, to Hayley and Cecile. It was lovely having this conversation, and this is a topic that you just can't ever stop talking about, so I'm sorry I only had 25 minutes for it, but thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. You are watching Media Summit TV, the pop-up TV channel brought to you by The Drum. If you've just joined us, you've missed approximately 5 hours of amazing content that we've live streamed over the last day and a half. But have no fear, all this content with all its amazing insights into how the world of media is being transformed will be available on our catch-up player. It's part of The Drum's commitment to ensuring that we are across everything that we write about. So we like to put our money where our mouth is. We're writing much more about gaming, as you'll have seen from the panel before. That's where a lot of marketing spend goes. And we've also been doing a lot more about ensuring that we understand all the things to do with broadcast. As you'll have heard from the very first session today, The Drum Show with Gordon Young, our editor-in-chief, there is so much going on in the world of broadcasting. And on thedrum.com, we cover that on a day-to-day basis. Only today we've published stories about Channel 4 and Sky, and we know that there's a lot more coming up in the broadcast world over the next couple of days. Coming up, we have a media quiz sponsored by Waze. It's incredibly fun. You should absolutely make sure to watch that. It was as fun to be in the room as I'm sure it was to take part. But we're also going to be talking about everything to do with marketing and media over the rest of the session. So we've already done 1.5 of our days, but there is still an awful lot to come today. Later on, we're going to be hearing from media editor John McCarthy, and we're also going to be hearing from our editor Cameron Clark, who you'll have seen on The Drum Show earlier. Effectively, this channel, this pop-up TV channel, is an extension of everything that we're doing on thedrum.com. It's part and parcel of our strategy to include everything from marketing events, marketing conferences, articles, video. We're really pulling it all together and trying to ensure that we can cover absolutely each and every part of the media industry. As you'll have seen from the Drum Show earlier today, that does mean talking about some controversial topics. That means talking about the issues that we know everyone is talking about at home and that have vast ramifications for how marketers actually appeal to consumers. So, for instance, over the next couple of weeks on thedrum.com, we're going to be writing so much more about what it actually means to be a modern marketer. Now, that sounds like something that we've been writing about for years and years, and to some extent, that's true. But for now, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be writing much more about it from a personal perspective. So rather than going to those very high-level sessions talking to CEOs, we're also going to be talking to some marketing practitioners who are deep in the trenches, talking to CTOs, talking to people who are actually putting a lot of these decisions into effect. So, for instance, when we're talking about Twitter, we tend to talk about it from a very, very high-level, top-level perspective, from a media owner and a media buyer perspective. But we understand that marketers talk to their audiences far more than they actually talk to billionaires, for instance. And so one of the things that we like to do is focus on the work of the individuals who are using Twitter to brand build, to monetize potentially, and also who are just using Twitter for entertainment, because ultimately that is part and parcel of what the platform is all about. So for instance, if you look at what's happened with Patreon today, they've just announced that they are doing their ad-supported, or rather subscription video. So they finally launched their own player. So that means they're no longer responsible or beholden to YouTube to include video on the platform. Now that has huge ramifications for creators. And when we're talking about marketing, it's impossible to distinguish that from the act of creation. And so what we're going to be doing is we have another couple of minutes just before we get on with the Waze quiz. And so what I'm going to do now is I think I'm going to have to pass back to almost a holding slide just while we wait for everyone to get ready. Perfect. But for now, thank you so much, and do look forward to the Waze quiz, which is coming up in 2 minutes.
welcome to Catch Me If You Can. I'm Out of Home, a new game show from The Drum in partnership with our friends at Waze. Now, the rules here are really, really simple. We have some great guests, and we're going to ask them a series of multiple choice questions with 4 possible options. Whoever hits their buzzer first, gets the right answer, will get 4 points. But if they fluff it, I'll go back to the remaining panel and they will have the chance of winning 3 points, 2 points, 1 point, and so on. So it's really straightforward. But points do mean prizes, obviously, and this is a very no expense spared production from Waze and The Drum. And that's why, in recognition of also it's Cannes Week, this is what our guests will be fighting for. Exciting stuff. Now, let me introduce everyone who is involved. First of all, I'd like to introduce my partner in crime. This is Rue Roberts, the country manager of Waze. And I'm really should qualify the fact that the questions we're going to be answering today, you're responsible for, aren't you?
I think
Not
I'm
all of them.
responsible for some of them, possibly not all.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, but they're all basically Waze-based questions. Some of them have been inspired by a bit of research you've been done.
Correct. Correct. We've been looking at some research with Ipsos about behaviours on the road, in particular for buying habits. So it should be interesting.
It is going to be fascinating. It's going to be more than interesting. It's going to be really, really, really good. So, shall we get underway? As
I think we should.
As we say in the Waze world, all right, let's go.
Let's go.
That could be a catchphrase. In fact, to speak of, I think we should rebrand the show. Let's call it Waze Phrase. Waze Phrase is...
I think we should.
But anyway, who are our lucky guests? Well, there they are, sitting in a beautiful sort of panel-type table thing. So maybe go to contestant number 1. That's you, Mel. Tell us who you are and where you're from.
I'm Mel, and I'm from Optimizon, and we specialise in putting brands on Amazon.
Yes, well, welcome. And obviously, your expertise is copywriting. What interests me about you, you've got this right side brain creativity, but you're also into neuroscience.
Very much so.
Good, impressive. You're going to win this easily. Contestant number 2, who are you and where do you come from?
I'm Soko. I'm coming from Burger King, and we specialize in selling Whoppers.
Yeah, and obviously the king of the show, hopefully. Of
course.
I should say congratulations. You guys had a great Cannes, haven't you?
Thank you, yeah.
It's a brand of the year. I know that's controversial in some respects, but to me, very well done.
Thank you.
And Graham.
Hello, I'm Graham Douglas. I'm from Bicycle, co-founder and chief strategy officer. And I specialise in eating burgers.
Eating burgers, and we're really excited to have you on the show, obviously, because anybody who works for an agency called Bicycle has got to be on a show about driving.
Yeah, makes sense. So, guaranteed to win, clearly.
Right. So, shall we get the show on the road then? Are you ready?
Ready.
Right. First question. Ready in your buzzers. So, how much revenue did London's most prolific speed camera generate over a 6-month period? A, 1 million, B, 1.5 million, C, 15 million, D, 150 million. I think that was you, Soto.
50 million?
No. What did you say?
15.
15 million? Good God, no. Nope. So this is interesting. I was hoping the first person would get it right so we didn't have to complicate it now. So it goes to the other 2. Who was that?
Well, I think it was Graham in the end.
Graham.
Well, 1.5 million.
1.5 million is the correct answer! We have our first scorer. That's amazing. That's that 1.5 million. Just stop, think about that for a moment.
A lot of money.
Big money. And obviously, Waze has functionality that lets you identify.
It absolutely does. Either user-generated or mapped through our Waze Facilities program, speed alerts are visible on Waze so that you can preempt and not contribute to the 1.5 million.
Exactly. Very clever. Actually, we're going to question 2 now. This is one which I really like. It might seem irrelevant initially, but it is relevant. I'll explain in a moment. What is the average speed of Heinz ketchup coming out of the bottle? Is it 0.0045 kilometres per hour, 0.0793 kilometres per hour, 0.6890 kilometres per hour, or 1.0055 kilometres per hour. Well, that was Melly good.
I'm going to go for C, 0.689 kilometres per hour.
And you're wrong.
That would be right.
You're good with the buzzer, but bad with the answers. So, are you guys ready?
Yep.
Well, hurry up then.
It's going to be A, the 45.
Well done. And we got another scorer. And there is actually a bit of a story behind this, and maybe we've got a bit of a film we can show, I believe, to show why that is relevant.
I've been stuck in traffic for the last 2 hours.
What's the holdup?
What should take me 5 minutes takes me about 30.
Well, there you are. I hope that explains it for you. But obviously, a North American campaign.
It was something out of Canada.
Came out of Canada, won actually the Drum Awards as well. But what I loved about it actually just shows the potential to use Waze as a creative platform.
Yeah, I think it's quite a unique way to actually put product in people's hands. But what's important to us is, of course, it puts Waze in people's hands as well. So it's a perfect partnership.
Yep, and it's a good idea for burgers as well. I think they sold a lot of burgers in the back of that. So next question is spot the odd one out. Spot the odd one out. Which one of the following features can you not find on Waze? A, find the nearest filling station or parking space. Add your own voice to give navigation directions. Alert the person in the car next to you that you are single. A reminder to take your baby out of the car if that last function was really successful.
I guess the single one.
Yes, you're right. Well done. Well done. Someone's got maximum points. First time ever.
There is a certain irony to that question, because there was behind the scenes talk of a partnership with a dating app at one point last year, which didn't come to light. But it's the feature that got away, I think.
Well, the spoof one I wanted to put in was flying taxi mode. I think that'll be coming soon as well, won't it?
Okay, it's quite possible.
Right, should we move on to the next question?
Yeah.
What percentage of UK drivers say they would drive past a petrol station to buy fuel if they knew they could get it cheaper a little further away? Did you follow that question? A, 21%, B, 43%, B, 65%, D, 76%. You got the buzzer there.
I wasn't looking.
I think it was...
I will go for B, 43.
No, you're wrong, actually. So, guys. Graham.
65.
No, you're wrong as well.
Oh my gosh.
Come on, Mel, you can do it.
Oh God, I've got a 50-50 chance. What's to save money? 76%?
Yeah! Obviously, that has come out of your research. What I really find surprising about that is 25% of people would drive past or would stop, even though they could buy fuel further down the road.
It's true. For the fuel category in particular, we find price or proximity are the key drivers. So for those that are less interested in price, proximity, but I think that obviously in recent times is slightly different. What the main thing that came out of the research there is Waze drivers tend to be bargain hunters. They are on the lookout and will respond to price-driven offers on the road, which of course is good for advertising potential as well.
Except the 25%.
Yeah, well, weed them out, yeah.
I guess it gives them that certainty, because you don't want to drive on and not find that petrol station. So you really need to be sure that you are going to come to it if you need petrol.
Yeah, exactly. And whether it's fuel or other propositions, of course, knowing literally location-based where something is, you've probably got that certainty. It's a sure thing.
The other thing, another bit of interesting function, when you go into a petrol station, Waze occasionally asks you for how much you paid.
It will ask you to update the fuel prices so that you're always helping others on the road.
Yeah, it's good. It's like a social media platform.
Exactly.
I've done that.
Good.
You know, a good Wazer.
Not just once.
Yeah, and I think you get you get something, you get a reward, don't you?
You do. You earn gems.
Yeah, I got a gem or two.
Update your caricature, the
I am a
mood
gem
on the map.
Yep. Anyway, true or false? Most drivers, it's a true or false question. Who'd put that in? Anyway, true or false? Most drivers still prefer to drive to the shop than buy goods online. True. Graham.
True.
Yes, that is correct. Well done. Well done. 50-50 there.
It felt like a loaded question. It was
Yeah.
never going
I was gonna say-
It was never going to be false. So we looked at multiple categories here. The grocery category was like the most prolific. A whopping 68% prefer to drive to the store than shop online, which I thought was surprising post-pandemic when so many people were doing home delivery and all the rest of it. But having stayed up till past midnight, refreshing, trying to get that delivery slot, I can see why people have returned to the store in their numbers.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm surprised in grocery in particular. I would have.
The only category that was counter to that in retail was white goods, because I guess there's only so many times you can open and close a fridge door before you buy. So that's preferred online, but everything else significantly preferred to visit the store.
Yeah. Do you find that I tend to see, and I think I'm guilty of this, but you see Waze through a London prism, where most people in London don't use cars. Do you find the trend that the consumers in London operate differently to consumers in the rest of the country? So there maybe are more differences, obviously, more
Definitely.
dependent on cars.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And do you think the marketers really take that into account enough?
I don't think we are reacting to it as much as we should. There's massive opportunities, like from out of home to digital, but there's a different behavior. London, it's an island, I would say, inside the island of the GB.
Yeah.
It's one of the single biggest issues advertising and marketing industry faces, I think, is the perennial focus on London and our inward assessment of the world and a belief that everyone else behaves like us in terms of kind of shopping behaviour, travel behaviour, that sort of thing. We live in a bubble, right? And it's really important we look outside of that as an industry and represent the real world.
Yeah, it's the most different city in the UK in many cities, isn't it? I think other countries suffer the same thing. New York, I think, is guilty of a similar phenomenon as well.
Where the ad centres are.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't help.
But anyway, next question. Which of the following groups of drivers' personas are less likely to make spontaneous purchase decision on the go? Staycationers, erranders, commuters, or sightseers? I think that was you.
Commuters.
No! Come on now!
Why not?
I thought you were a neuroscientist. We're going to find out in a minute. Oh.
Erranders.
Erranders.
Because they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Any idea why?
Well, because they've got a thing in mind. They've got an objective in mind, right? So you won't deviate from that, I presume.
The way we defined erranders as well is people that are making purchases or going out to do tasks for themselves, but also for others. So I think that's the true thing there is they have a particular task at hand that they're not going to be deterred from, unlike these other categories that have a greater opportunity to be influenced.
Yeah.
In particular, the under 35-year-olds and those with children tend to be the most spontaneous, with 25% would change direction or do something different if they see an offer or an ad on the road.
I wonder why the kids make a difference.
Because they're nagging in the back. Personal experience. Personal experience, that's it. Yeah.
These personas, do they change depending on, one person can be all four, depending on what they're doing?
Correct, so they're kind of like, the personas are task-based, or it's about context, about where you are, when you are. And there are demographics attached to each one, but you're right in that somebody obviously can be a commuter, but at another time in the week or another time of day could be performing a task, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think we're also almost getting to that halfway point, so we sort of see what
I want to know what the scores are.
Yeah, what the scores are. Jenny, have you got the scores? on the doors.
I do indeed, and I think Mel, you started to bring it back there just before the end. So Mel is in third place at the moment with 2 points. Socko, who stormed ahead to begin with, has sitting on 7 points, and Graham has come out with 8 points. So it's still all to play for. So let's carry on.
Yeah, I have to say I'm surprised just how badly you're doing there, Mel.
In my defence on that one, I did miss the word less.
All right. Next question then. Good luck.
I'll listen carefully.
What percentage of UK drivers said they would change their choice of retailer while driving if they saw or heard an advert for another retailer that interested them? 15%, 20%, 25% or 30%? Sorry, I looked away.
Somebody else.
It was simultaneous.
I think it was him.
Oh.
No, you first.
Tony, go.
Everyone's scared of giving the answer. I think I mentioned it in the last question.
Did you?
I didn't pay attention.
We're professionals, aren't we?
I would go for a 15%.
And you would be wrong. Graham.
Get on that buzzer quicker. I'm going to be wrong anyway. I would say 25%.
And you are right.
Oh my gosh.
My goodness. Well done. The man from Bicycle is winning the Tour de Ways.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, can you give us any background then? What was...
Much as I said in the last question, so that 25% are the kind of younger demographic, or those with children, essentially, that can be influenced heavily on the road.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah. We're actually getting towards the end. I said it was halfway, but actually more than halfway, so the tension is building. So question 8, this is 3 truths and a lie. So which of the following celebrities have not had their voice featured on Waze? Morgan Freeman, Terry Crews, Harry Styles or Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Harry Styles?
Yeah, well done. Well done. Amazing. And I was thinking maybe adding a little bonus point in here to say, for the person who could say, you've arrived in the style of Arnie Schwarzenegger. You do that? Can you do that?
You've arrived.
Not bad, Mel.
I'm back.
I've arrived.
Yeah. So what do you think? Who should win?
Well, I think Mel.
Mel, way! And how many points?
Say again?
How many points for that?
How many does she need?
About 6. Okay, say 4. Right. This is actually the last question. This is an interesting one. It gives a lot of insight into the power of Waze, I think. And one of our first little films we did together, which I want to plug now, we interviewed Domino's Pizzas.
We did.
And we took them a drive in a 1906 car, and then we switched to a modern car.
Because it was cold.
Because it's cold, and the 1906 car wasn't actually very good. But during the drive, she told me, this is back in 2019, she told me how many journeys to Domino's Pizzas Waze generated over a 6-month period. And we don't have a slide for it, but so I'll read them out. So listen carefully. In fact, I've just realised I've actually forgotten to mark the correct answer. So anyway, I think I remember 46,000 sort of journeys, 98,000 journeys, 154,000 journeys, or 182,000 journeys. Was that Mel? Was that?
What was it? 92,000.
You are wrong, because that wasn't even an option. I think you meant maybe 98,000. So it was 46, 98, 154, or 182.
182,000.
Yes, that's the correct answer. Well done. Well done. And the only reason I wanted to get that in is because I can make the joke. You know what the joke is?
I cannot wait to find out.
That's a lot of dough. I love a pun. I love a pun.
Very good.
Right, that draws us to the end of the question. Do you want to know who's won?
I'm desperate to find out.
Jenny.
Okay, Mel, you gave it a good shot, but I'm afraid you finished in third place, but you got 3 points, so well done.
All right.
And for the winner, it was very, very close, just there right until the end. But Socko in second place with 11 points, and Graham in first with 12. Congrats.
And I know you don't drink.
No.
But, so...
Hand it over.
We'll sort something out after the show. But in the meantime, I'd like to thank our amazing panellists. My amazing co-host Shrew.
Thank you.
Amazing audience. And do remember, you'll be able to get all of your facts and figures of the Amazing Ways Insight Report by following the link in the article underneath this video at thedrum.com. And that really all remains for us to do now, other than go away, celebrate our Rosie, and say to you, thanks for watching.
Reality is when you talk about businesses, too many small mom and pops are being left out.
So in today's video, I'm going to be featuring only my followers, small businesses.
Order online, get takeout, get delivery. If you can eat out, whatever you can do to support, please support.
If you remember in the early stages of the pandemic, obviously there was a lot of chaos happening. In Toronto, in Ontario, in Canada specifically, there was quite a bit of fear and the impact it was having on business, specifically small business, was really being felt. Something that people forget about when they shop local is that their property value is actually tied to those local businesses. If you happen to live in a community that has a high street, within walking distance of local artisan shops and small businesses mixed amongst larger retail stores or chains, generally speaking, it has a direct effect on your property value.
We're totally worried. Some of our favorite places like Kennel Cafe, we saw that on their windows this morning and we thought that they were gone.
So part of the challenge is you have this critical moment where literally businesses are going to have to close their doors permanently if a behavioral change doesn't occur, coupled with a customer or a target that believes they don't need to change their behavior because they support the cause you are trying to raise attention to. Working off this insight that without people buying local this season, their neighborhoods would actually be changed forever, we got to work. And we started thinking to ourselves, we can't follow the traditional path here. We can't just go out and purchase billboard space. Part of what we do is we like to think small because we feel like by staying small and acting upon that creatively, you actually end up with bigger ideas that ripple further. So you put all that in a blender, and we came up with what we called the Not for Lease campaign. And the idea was to illustrate to the neighborhoods and to illustrate literally to the country, to every high street that exists in every neighborhood across Canada, the impact of not shopping local. We decided to cover all the stores with for lease signs.
Those behind the campaign hope that this encourages people to shop local wherever they are.
And we did it in a overnight, I don't know, I guess it was about an 8.5 hour period. So the neighborhood went to sleep. We were coordinated with all of the business owners throughout the Roncesvalles neighborhood. That whole community got together, and overnight we covered every storefront with for lease signs. We had a coordinated effort that was planned kind of in the middle of the day, where the store owners would come out and pull down those signs that say for lease to reveal posters that were made that had headlines like our love is not for lease, Amazon will never be for lease. It started a national conversation on high streets. In fact, we were contacted by numerous BIAs across the country, and it rallied a bunch of these business improvement associations to do their own campaigns to try and motivate more and more people to shop local.
The idea was that we were going to kind of remake 3 traditional Brothers Grimm fairy tales and turn them into kind of modern day, really kind of up-to-date stories that featured Black protagonists.
One was called Zell Let Your Hair Out, which was a remake of Rapunzel, which was the hero book. The second book was Jackson and the Hairstalk, which was a remake of Jack and the Beanstalk. And then the final book was The Puppet Who Wanted Hair, and that was a remake of Pinocchio.
And we actually turned our kind of hero book, which was the Rapunzel remake, which was called Zell Let Out Your Hair, into a kind of animated feature film as well. We also collaborated with a bunch of other really incredible influencers who took books and read them to their children during story time. We had just regular everyday people who were just kind of buying the books off the shelves and then just enjoying them with their families, just posting about their experiences of reading those books together at bedtime.
You're watching Media Summit TV, brought to you by The Drum. Now, coming up soon, we look at whether the World Cup will steal Christmas. You don't want to miss that one, although I'm pretty gutted that Scotland, of course, is not in, but will we ever make it? Maybe one year. That's my pray. But first, it's back to our US editor, Ken Hine, who is speaking to Angela Zepeda, CMO for Hyundai Motor America.
So Hyundai has had a hugely successful year. Some great sales on the back of new auto launches, some refreshes of iconic brands, and behind every sales success story is marketing. And behind marketing is a successful media mix. And it's different from back in the day where there were these TV ads with cars winding down the scenic hill, and that was kind of, what we all kind of expected from auto marketing and the media mix. But today, there's so much, different complications or fragments and opportunities. To get down to all of it, explain all of it, right? In 15, 20 minutes, we're gonna talk to Angela Zepeda about how Hyundai has been succeeding both in marketing and, getting that marketing mix correct. She's a Chief Marketing Officer of Hyundai Motor America, and welcome.
Thank you. Great to be here and good to see you.
It's good to see you again. So let's talk about it. There's lots of opportunities. There's lots of challenges. People like to focus on the challenges, right? So let's talk about, what you kind of need to do to, succeed in today's marketplace when it comes to, getting the media mix right.
Yeah, there's a lot of challenges. For us, we're sort of blessed and cursed, I think, with a very good marketing budget. And we have a lot of stewardship with that. And so the question becomes, where do we put that money? And we have a lot of hard work to do. We do see ourselves still as a challenger brand, and we have a lot of heavy awareness still to do. I mean, people may know the Hyundai name, but they may not know the models that we have and maybe what we stand for as a brand. So we still have a lot of hard work to do. That mix of where we show up is stayed somewhat of the same, but it's actually changed a lot as well. And so how do we get to the point to where we make those decisions? Well, there's a lot more data available than ever before. And we feel sometimes there's a lot of death by data. We could overanalyze ourselves sometimes, but the data is actually very helpful. But that can be a challenge. The data sometimes isn't always consistent. And sometimes we have opposing data. And that's one challenge. I think the other challenge is there's a lot of shiny new objects, and a lot of people want to jump in and be the first. And sometimes, you want to question if that's really where your brand needs to show up. I think sometimes it's about knowing how to say no and sometimes when to say yes. And always remember what your strategy is and what you're trying to accomplish overall. And so I think that discipline is part of the practice as well. So I think that's part of the challenge in the long run, because there's just so many more places you can be in than ever before. So I think it's sticking to an overall strategy and what you need to accomplish.
Well said. I mean, when you're looking at the data and you're looking what you want to say yes to, based upon your strategy, how do you, easier said than done, right? So,
very much so.
What are some things that you did or didn't do based on, strategically this makes sense, doesn't make sense, the data saying this, what are some of the lessons you learned?
Yeah, some of the lessons are, well, one is we definitely want to attract, I think, a younger and newer audience to Hyundai. They're a lot more technologically interested. They do shopping a lot more online. I mean, they're just in a different place altogether. And so social, obviously, is a place where they really are. They're not going to be watching television. So obviously, that's a big decision for us. We do participate in the video upfront. But, we really have turned down a lot of our prime programming, and we've put those dollars more into social and digital because we want to be where this younger audience is really showing up. And so those are some of the decisions we've made. And it's about, showing up where audiences really are, and they're not spending as much time in front of the big screen. And it's not just in digital and social. We found that, younger audiences really love influencers. they love also audio personalities. They love music. And so audio has been another interesting place where we've spent a lot more money in the last couple of years. And I think that's also paid off well for us as well. So those are some of the interesting changes we've made in the last couple of years. And the data has proven that those have been really good bets for us.
So, as you move forward, 2023, we're all looking at it, and we're making plans. What are some things, based on the opportunities that with these newer channels as well as older channels still work,
yes, they do.
For mass and other things. What are some things that you're looking at as you plan and that other marketers should be thinking about?
We're really looking at everything. And again, it's taking opportunity, I think, to really take advantage of channels. And content is really what is at the center of all of this. Your brand, your media is kind of part of the brand. So for example, like TikTok was, the big surprise for us. And it isn't just a channel. It was just a way for us to show up very differently. And I'll just give you an example of how we're even thinking about 2023, because I think we're going to replicate what we did really well in 2022. And so, we did not go into Super Bowl last year. And it doesn't look like we're going to go into Super Bowl again this year. And we just made the decision for a variety of reasons not to be in it. But we were launching our all-new Hyundai Ioniq 5, our great EV that has been award winning. And so what we ended up doing was a different strategy, which was being in the AFC and NFC championships. And the brief to our ad agency was how to be in the Super Bowl without being in the Super Bowl. And so we produced a Super Bowl worthy spot with Jason Bateman. And we basically dominated and ran that thing everywhere, but in the Super Bowl. And people thought it was the Super Bowl spot, but it wasn't technically. And I think that idea of using content and creative and then using media to your best advantage was a good, double hit play. And I think that's where that creativity and media really helped make this a very unique situation. And so we use TikTok and social to amplify that spot and that situation. And that's where I think we had a lot of learning, and we're continuing to do that as we move forward. And 2023 will be more of that as we move forward. And one of the big things that we really love doing as a brand at Hyundai is doing these big, what we call tentpole partnerships. But the big one that's coming, and we've made a big announcement of this at Cannes, was we're doing a big partnership with Disney this year. So we're figuring out the media around that right now and how to be a big play around Disney and all the partners, all of the tentpoles that happen under Disney. So really fun stuff. And there's a lot of creativity that happens with media. And I think sometimes people don't think of media as being so creative. They think of it as a channel, but it's not. It's actually quite creative. And I think that's where we're getting a lot of learning moving forward.
So when you're thinking about this and you're thinking about, hey, we want the older consumers, we want the younger consumers. We have this new great Disney partnership. We just learned that TikTok actually works pretty well for us. Like, how do you keep it sane? Like, what's your North Star when you're deciding from a media perspective as it pertains to getting your marketing message? Like, what do what grounds you and kind of leads you?
Yeah, our North Star is really to be this optimistic brand that shows up, I think, very authentically. I think that's really where we always think, for example, we really stay out of politics and news because that just gets a little dicey for us. We really stick with programming that feels optimistic. And social is also, I'll just be really honest, some brands always jump in very heartily with, big social statements. As a foreign brand, honestly, that becomes a little trickier for us. We always want to have our best foot forward and always just have it be feeling very genuine, authentic. And I think that's a very good North Star for us, that anything we do has to feel genuine to who Hyundai is. We just don't do it just because everyone else does. That just feels inauthentic to us. And so we pick those things very carefully. And does that make us feel like we're not on the cutting edge? Sometimes I get a little jealous. I'm like, oh, darn, that was a really good idea that somebody did. But then I think, how would I have done it as a brand? I wasn't quite ready. And again, that means I have to think about my older owners who have us as, part of their family, and then also being true to who we are with younger consumers. And I think that's just who we are as Hyundai. And those are hard choices we have to make. But again, I think our North Star is just to be as a true and authentic brand, and where we show up and how we show up is really important.
Yeah, there's something to be said for second mover advantage and third mover advantage when it comes to some of these platforms. But again, the ones that get out in front of it, sometimes you really, you can score some big wins.
You can.
But you had mentioned TikTok.
Yes.
And social keeps coming up. Is there anything else that kind of surprised you in this year and the year before in terms of the effectiveness and just sort of like, we'll get to measurement a little bit after this and KPIs and all that sort of, but just something where like, wow, that really worked. We have to do more of this.
Yeah, well, of course, social TikTok has been huge. I mean, really, really successful for us. But again, I think our agency has been terrific in helping us craft the right creative for that platform. But, I mentioned audio before. This has been really, people are like, why would you do audio for a car maker? Don't you need to show the sheet metal? And so it is an odd choice. You would think like, yeah, don't you have to show the car? But we've done partnerships with iHeart, and this has worked really well for us. And again, it's because we've gone into these partnerships saying, look, we want to show up in a very creative way. How can we show up as a brand where we're maybe tapping into some of your celebrities and your on-air talent, where if they had a budget and some support, what can we do to help, sort of amplify that? And so we've done some really fun things. We've done some things with Spotify that have been interesting, where we've added some video, where we've actually taped like the behind the scenes of the actual recording. So we've had some video, and that's another thing. Experiential comes as part of this too. It isn't just audio. It becomes an entire immersive experience. And we like that a lot. So we like partners that are very fluid and come back to us with those kind of creative ideas. And we like that. We like to explore and try new things.
Let's just talk about, you mentioned KPIs and I had mentioned measurement. How do you measure success? Of all these different channels, all these different, it's truly an integrated marketing plan at this point. It has to be.
Yes.
Like, what does success look like in terms of measurement, besides, of course, landing great sales, which is, and growth, which is always what everybody wants who's watching this right now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we have several layers of KPIs. One of the biggest I'll just share, we used to look at leads, but we think leads are a little old fashioned in some way. The biggest thing we look at from a higher 30,000 foot view is actually search, because that's the first thing a person does when they look for a car, right? Is they search. So that's from a business standpoint, that's our biggest KPI that we look at. But when we look at media, it's still really challenging, right? I think the biggest challenge is that it's always a rear looking view of what we did. It's really hard for someone to tell us, like, having those models tell us what we should be doing. That's always the challenge, is like, what's the predictability? What are you going to tell me? How are you going to tell me what I'm supposed to be doing? Where am I supposed to be putting my money? That's still a lot of the human intuition and a lot of the human analysis that happens with that data. The hardest thing we're trying to, I think, pull together at this point is, how do you put linear and digital together? They sit a little separately, and we're working with companies like Video Amp now that are trying to, I think, do a better job of giving us a more holistic picture of how video and digital and hopefully social actually all work together. That holistic picture is still a little cloudy. There is no perfect solution in the moment. But we're working with, I think, all of the major, players right now, just trying to get a smarter and better picture of what, all this data is doing for us and how it's working. Those are good things. And we're just looking for a lot of media efficiency. And some of these models are starting to show us some of that. And that's been really helpful.
Great. All right. So we'll go for the big piece of advice.
Okay. Drum roll.
Yeah.
What is it? I think for me, because I did share this with you, I do really have this. It is really a blessing to have a good budget, and you could be very distracted by doing a lot all the time. And we get pitched with a lot of ideas, and, some of them are really terrific, but you can be very distracted and get off course and do things that then don't ladder up to your overall strategy. At the end of the day, we have very aggressive goals. You can't get distracted by every new thing that comes in front of you. And while they may be terrific ideas and you might get a press release out of it, you might be the first one that did it. At the end of the day, marketing has to have a business objective behind it. And it really is serious business. And so I press very hard on not only my team, but our ad agency to always think about that. So I guess the biggest, shorthand is, don't be distracted by short-term goals and shiny objects. Stick to the long-term goal. and the strategy. And I think you'll just be a stronger, better marketer in the end.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. It is easy to get distracted by the shiny objects.
It is. I get distracted to it all the time. And then I got to bring myself back to ground zero all the time.
All right. So, well, thank you, first of all. Great.
You're
great
welcome.
insights. It was good. Great. Always great speaking with you. And thank you for everybody, all of our attendees who are watching this, and everybody who's tuned in at home or in the office, wherever you may be. We've got more great stuff to come.
Hello, I'm John McCarthy, media editor at The Drum, and it is an absolute pleasure to be joined with you today. By you? Well, we're moving on. In a short few weeks, World Cup 2022 will be upon us, and for months, advertisers have struggled with this disruption to the system. A Winter World Cup in Dubai sounds odd. If we said it many years ago, we wouldn't have expected it to actually come to fruition. But it has, and as part of Will the World Cup Steal Christmas? We are going to just go through the media buyer perspective, the fan perspective, and the brand perspective to work out what is actually going on. But before that, let's have some much needed context. Qatar 2022 is not only our first World Cup Christmas, but it is a competition laden with concerns around human rights, abuses of the workers building the infrastructure. And we're worried a bit about the safety of the LGBT plus fans attending the host country. And we've read a lot about that, and we'll be reading more about that as the competition goes on. Now, we have to ask ourselves, are we being distracted by that? Should brands address it? Should sponsors address it? And so much more. And we're going to fit all of that in this short 25-minute window, perhaps. So, let's first of all introduce our guest. We have the iconic? Yeah, I'd say so. We've got Robbie Lyle, founder of Arsenal Fan TV. I'm not even an Arsenal fan, but I watch this man's videos all the time. More so when Arsenal are losing, which is not happening right now, but you know the score.
Not no more.
I'm sorry, my man. We've got Monica Majumdar. She is a very smart head of strategy from Wavemaker. She's a media buyer type. And she's been dealing with all of these concerns from brands for how many months?
At least 6 months.
And phoning in remotely, we have Amar Singh, who is a regular contributor to The Drum. Very smart sports marketing man. Good to have you, Amar.
Thanks for having me. Great to be with you guys on the panel.
And you're a last-minute drop-in as well. You've saved the day. I want everyone to know that. Thank you, Amar. So we are moving on. I'm going to go straight to you, Amar. First of all, I think we should be a bit positive about this tournament, or we should try. It's the Middle East's first opportunity to host. That's a big deal, right? But also, the world is in a bit of a bad state right now, you may have noticed. And I believe in the unifying power of football, right? So, Amar, why is there so much bad feeling around this tournament in the West? Those things just stated there, considered?
Yeah, look, I think all those things are true, right? The Middle East is a region where there is a huge amount of passion and love for football, a deep football legacy, and you can certainly make the argument for that region having a World Cup at long last. At the same time, you can also be concerned about factors around Qatar, and particularly, this nation and its position on things like human rights and LGBTQ rights, not to mention the prohibitive cost for fans as well. And it seems like the fans, for a lot of people, have been an afterthought when it came to organising this World Cup. And look, we're not here to go into the decision-making behind why the World Cup is at Qatar, but it was made by a committee of men at FIFA, and many of those people are not in their jobs anymore because of corruption. So, there's a lot of controversy that goes hand in hand with that tournament. What I've been doing is working with a number of brands on supporting them and holding their hand through this because, it is a very complex situation.
Yeah, and you've often got sage advice for brands in these sort of situations, but Can you put us in the seat of the sponsor right now? What were they thinking when they first saw Qatar on the shortlist? And how do you think they've changed their approach to the sponsorship this time around?
Well, I think when Qatar was initially announced, and I was there, I remember as a journalist at the time, and people were shocked. Nobody thought that Qatar could pull it off in terms of a World Cup in this, incredibly hot country. It was obviously not going to work in the summer as we're used to. It was obviously going to have to move in the winter, and they didn't have the infrastructure. But a lot of the concerns and controversies that have come have happened subsequently. It took about 4 or 5 years before reports started emerging of, poor human rights and worker welfare issues and workers, dying at quite an alarming rate. So that suddenly put a lot of the partners on the back foot, actually, and a lot of partners started seeing posts on social media that they weren't prepared for. So I think a lot of sponsors have had to really play catch up with getting into the right space and getting their position and setting their stall out on Qatar. A lot of these people did not want a World Cup in Qatar. The World Cup is in Qatar, and so the football industry has to adapt to that, and the brands have to adapt to that. And then if you couple that with the last 3 or 4 years, John, where you've seen renewed conversations around things like racial equality, post the death of George Floyd, you've seen climate activism really gather momentum. You've seen post-pandemic people talking more about the planet and purpose marketing, purpose-driven marketing really growing, and athlete activism, player activism. We're in a very different world now than when we were 4 years ago, when Hugo Lloris, lifted the World Cup in Russia. The world has completely changed, and therefore, anyone looking to activate inside the tent of the World Cup or even outside the tent needs to be ready for that.
And maybe we should talk about the outside of the tent element. We love a guerrilla stunt at the Drum, and this just seems like the right tournament to take a stand if you're brave enough. Do you anticipate much action? Perhaps not on the ground in Qatar, but around the world?
I think some of the sponsors, a World Cup is such a huge event. It is the biggest sporting spectacle by far. So, of course, you're going to have this whole micro industry, if you like, that is around the celebration of football and the fact that there's this huge viewing occasion, if you like, over the course of a month. And in the case of the Northern Hemisphere, in the winter, which is completely different, which actually is a time where TV viewing goes up traditionally anyway. So there are huge opportunities around putting your product, putting your brand at the center of the viewing occasion. So I think those brands actually who are on the outside are probably carrying a little less moral weight around Qatar, a little less of the onus is on them to deliver purpose. And they can probably be a bit more free and have a bit more fun with just celebrating the fact that people can enjoy football for a month.
Well, that was really valuable to have you on. I'm going to move on from you just for a bit, but do hang around. Amar has a call at 4:30. We won't keep you waiting. Next, we'll move on to Robbie. Arsenal are sitting top of the table right now. How does it feel? Let's just quickly... You feel good, right?
It feels amazing. It's amazing at the moment.
You've been doing this job for a while. You've been waiting a while.
Been waiting a while, yeah. But at the moment, it's amazing. It's really good to see the smiles on so many fans' faces. So it's been brilliant.
Premier League is good for you right now. I'm a Scotland person, a person from Scotland, a Scottish person. We didn't make the World Cup.
Unlucky.
We decided to let Ukraine through and dropped the ball there, but well done. I don't feel excited about this tournament, Robbie. Is that because I'm a bitter Scotsman? Or is there something else at play? You speak to the fans all the time. What's the real feeling?
Do you know, the funny thing is that at the moment, I don't feel excited either and I think as a football fan, that's because the Premier League is still on. We're still playing our normal games in whichever team you support around the country. The games are going on. So a lot of fans are sort of looking on it as it's a bit of a disruption at the moment. The season's on. We're used to having our season, just carry on until May. So I think a lot of fans, that's why they're not excited more, not that they're not looking forward to it. I think once it gets underway, I do think people will be excited about it. But I think at the moment, you know, you're watching your Premier League team playing, and you know, there's not even a lead up to it like there normally is. You know, I mean, the season's going to effectively finish at the end of next week. Break, should I say, and then we're just straight into the World Cup. There's not even any friendlies or anything. That's normally something that you'd have. You'd have a couple of friendlies for the whichever country you is your team, and there'd be a couple of those. Then they choose the team. Then they go to there's a big build up to it. But this time there's nothing. It's just like you're just straight in. So I feel that's why people are not excited about it.
Because actually, when researching this panel, I had to actually double check when the World Cup starts. When I'm writing the script, it says in a few weeks. I'm like, is it actually a few weeks? It is. Unless you're watching this on demand. Don't know when you're doing that, but that's fine. Robbie, you were in Russia. And despite journalists like myself going, oh, that's a hostile environment, Salisbury had just happened, and there was Russians visited that cathedral. But you obviously got a real feel for what it's actually like at a tournament. I watched your video and you were really, look, you said earlier that it was just business as usual. You know, once you've started attending these things, leave the mind.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there was a similar concerns before the World Cup in Russia. I think not quite as much as this one. But I remember certainly as a black person going to Russia, there was a lot of my friends saying to me, hey, are you sure? You know what I mean? We've heard all these stories. And I was like, oh, well, listen, I still want to go. And I went out there, and I have to say, it was a brilliant World Cup. It was very well organised. The fans from all over the world, it was fantastic. So a lot of times with the World Cup is once it gets started, people really do get into it. And I was actually looking at this one the other day in Qatar, and I was saying, I know there's been loads and loads of negativity, and a lot of it for good reasons. But then I was sort of thinking to myself, this World Cup is coming. At the moment, there's a lot of negativity around in general. Just like, you know, every time I turn on my TV, you know, I mean, electricity's going up, the Ukraine, and, you know. So for a month, when this World Cup's on, I think that might lift people a bit. They might just, you know, might be a lot, if England do well, you know, there'll be a lot of excitement around, and, you know, might just sort of take your mind off it for a month. So I really do feel once this gets underway, a lot of the negativity might sort of dissipate. I really do think that, because it normally happens like that. I remember Brazil, loads of negativity towards that before that. If you go there, you'll get kidnapped. The stadiums are not built. Once it started, everyone enjoyed it. So there are real big problems leading up to this one because, you know, he just described those, and we're all very aware of those. I think once Robbie, it gets underway...
Do you think I'll be getting off my high horse in a few weeks' time when instead of writing for The Drum, I'll just be watching some random fixture?
I think you will be, yeah. I think there'll be a lot of people. This, you know, I was looking at the schedule. The first couple of weeks, there's like 4 games on every single day. You're not going to be able to ignore it. It's going to be absolutely everywhere.
And football fans aren't selfish for maybe just enjoying their sport, are they? Like, we've done a lot of talking about sports washing and the Newcastle takeover in particular. As you say, it's been a tough time. Are people selfish for enjoying their football and maybe just not getting worried about geopolitics?
Yeah, I think for that period when it's on, people won't even be worried about that. They're going to be, you know, they're going to be engrossed with the football. But it's not to say that we shouldn't discuss these issues. They're very important issues. You know, the amount of people who've died. You know, what's been happening, you know, with the LGBTQ community, it's disgraceful, really. So, but they've given the World Cup to Qatar. You know, that's how, when I speak to a lot of fans, that's what they're saying. It's the fault of the people who gave the cup there. They should have took these things into consideration. Now that it's there, once it gets underway, I do feel, as I said, especially at the moment where, you know, mortgages are going up, this might take a lot of people's minds off it. They might be very excited by this. That's just the way it is.
The show must go on. Now, Monica, you've been putting the show on. Monica works with a lot of different brands and helps them plan and execute their campaigns. A lot of them are dealing with juggling Christmas campaigns, which is already hard enough. You know how many Christmas ads are going to launch just this week? They have to balance that with the football. Qatar, you've got a desert Christmas ad. What? You know, there's so many implications to concern yourself with. Can you just very quickly try and put us in your shoes, what you've been going through for the last 6 months?
So it's really interesting thinking about the conversation 6 months ago, where we had to talk to brands about making sure they were prepared for the fact that they were overlapping, and making them think about, well, how do they balance that? Do you need blended comms? Please no, it's Frankenstein monsters, is not what we need. Do you just focus on Christmas? Do you focus on World Cup? Especially when there are brands that know that both of those occasions are extremely valuable for their businesses, whether you're retail, whether you're entertainment. So the other factor is normally you know your regular competitive set at Christmas time. And then with the added bonus of World Cup, then suddenly you have alcohol brands that are going to be live and food delivery brands that are going to be live because that's a key season for them. How do you balance that? Coupled with the fact that we know that not only is there normal inflation in terms of media costs, but the usual World Cup inflation. So how do you balance those costs? And making sure you make the most of your budgets. Thinking about other channels to use to either amplify or complement. How do you use digital? How do you use outdoor? How do you use social? And is there an argument to shifting some of your budget to make the most of it? But how do you make sure you have enough of a presence and can build broadcast awareness? So those are the conversations we'll be having about balancing budgets and messaging.
Even earlier, I was having a discussion where we suspect everyone will probably stay home and watch the football, which has implications for out-of-home advertising and the billboards. Like, there might be a material actual cost there. So moving in more on the geopolitics we've been talking about, there's a lot of conversations with brands. This is quite unprecedented. You're like, how do you do this? So can you give us a feel, we don't know who your clients are or anything like that, or you hear things in the industry. How do you guide them through this? Like, what would you advise them when activating around the World Cup itself?
So early on we said, make sure you understand your role and purpose in the World Cup. And also, what's the bigger bet for you? Is it Christmas or is it World Cup? And how do you activate? Normally, if you had World Cup, you would do a full funnel campaign, right? Everything from broadcast media, brand building, through to activation and promos. But if you have the two together, actually, is it smarter for you to think about activating just at the shelf to get last-minute promos and deals to entertain for World Cup and think about long-term Christmas building, or vice versa? Also phasing your campaigns, right? Because World Cup starts November 21st, right until December 18th, core Christmas and Black Friday period. So then you'll see a lot of Christmas ads have gone live now. It'll be interesting to see if they pause it because of...
And they're all on thedrum.com.
They're all...
Not all of them. Amy wouldn't like me saying that.
They're coming up, right, as they're launching. And then you're going to see that resume again 18th. But 18th December, people have usually bought their Christmas presents and are just thinking about grocery shopping.
If they have any money. We were speaking about that too.
If they have any money, right? So I think it's interesting seeing the ads that have launched for Christmas. They're actually tackling in an added layer of cost of living, which we weren't actually talking about with clients even 5 months ago. It didn't seem as pressing. And now we realize that's the thing that customers are really worried about.
So the panel should have been called, will the cost of living crisis steal the World Cup from Christmas? Anyway, we can't change it now. And Monica, we spoke briefly earlier. Monica was tasked to go out and try and find any really cool marketing innovations we've seen around the World Cup. I was doing the same, and so far, not great, right?
Surprisingly, nothing of note, at least that's central to a marketing campaign. Visa have launched NFTs. We know that FIFA have launched NFTs as well. It's kind of the modern day trading card. FIFA have a partnership with Roblox, so entering the metaverse space. But I haven't noticed too many brands actually entering that space, partly probably because of budgets and thinking about what we need to do, what's the task at hand, and if it's about driving association and also minimizing competition with Christmas, it might be the smarter thing to do.
Yeah, we don't necessarily want the association this time around, perhaps. If my man in the docket knows what's coming next, I just want to show you my favourite World Cup ad this time around, and it is from Fox Sports in the US. It shows Jon Hamm as Santa Claus, worried that the Christmas period is being stolen by soccer. And hopefully, cut to that right now. We do. Yep, so what we've got there is Jon Hamm in his vacation period, big long beard. The madman himself, and he's just received a bad call. The Americans have been taken by surprise that the World Cup is indeed in winter. He's not happy about it. I would encourage you to actually go to thedrum.com and watch it, and then click on all the ads as well. So that was my example, and you do watch it. But does anyone else have a favourite World Cup ad to share? Amar, you do. Come on.
What would you like? I've got so many.
The best one you've seen so far, like the one that actually almost got you excited.
So the one that I really like, and I wrote about it in my newsletter last week, is Quilmes, which is the Argentinian beer, the official beer partner of the Argentina team. And what I love about it is it leans into a really nice insight, which is that the Argentina fans have this incredible hope for the team now. Messi's last hurrah, it's his last World Cup. They are feeling nostalgic towards 1986. People are feeling nostalgic at the moment. All the things that we mentioned earlier, what Robbie mentioned earlier, that these are quite challenging and tumultuous times. So it's about them trying to find coincidences between the 1986 team and the 2022 team. So from the point of, Robert De Niro visited Argentina in 1986 and he visited Argentina in 2022. And it snowed in Christmas 2021 in Argentina, and it snowed in Christmas 1985 in Argentina. So they're finding all these coincidences and sharing it with each other, and the product is at the center of it. And it's just a really nice, fun, nostalgic ad, and they've used the music that was quite popular in 1986 as well. So I recommend you guys watch that because that's a really nice, fun ad.
That one is not on thedrum.com. That is on Amar's newsletter, which I can thoroughly...
Sports Marketeer newsletter, that's right.
There he is. So he's got his plug, that's great. So you were talking about nostalgia, actually. ITV's own promotion also featured nostalgia. It's almost as if the tactic was to remind you how much you like the World Cup. Not necessarily this one, but to invoke those feelings. Robbie, have you seen anything that's impressed you so far?
Not really. As I said, it's been a bit of a quiet one. You know what I mean? Because I'm focused, and I think most other fans are focused on their team right now. You know, the season's still going on. I'm focused on Arsenal, and every other person who's got their teams focused on their team. But I do think once the games are completed and that break starts at the end of next week, then everybody is going to be really focused on it. But at the moment, if I see a World Cup ad, I'm like, okay. What's happening with Arsenal? You know, that's how fans are feeling at the moment.
In full disclosure, when we first programmed this show, we thought we would have more ads to talk about. Now, did I make a mistake, or Amar, do you think maybe there's been less of a burst than you would have expected at this time before the tournament?
I think the ads are there, and Monica might have a view on this. I feel like the media spend isn't what it would usually be, isn't as bullish as it would usually be because of everything else going on at this time of year and some of the sensitivities around Qatar. And I think a lot of brands are getting smarter in terms of let's wait for the reactive opportunities during the tournament. Let's wait to activate during the tournament when there are some great football moments to talk about. Because as you say, right now, a lot of the coverage around Qatar is quite negative. And also, like what Robbie says, people are focused on the Premier League, focused on their team. So going all out on the World Cup right now, which is what would usually happen in the summer when the season ends, is not happening because the season's already ongoing. So I think there's definitely something going on there.
And Monica, Amar was right, you can add to that.
Yeah. So because of the costs and thinking about maximizing budgets, I think most brands will actually go live closer to, if not at the start of the World Cup, because they want to be capturing that sentiment. Also, you have Christmas overlaid. So if you need to have a cleared runway, talk about Christmas, then talk about World Cup, and then go back to Christmas. Normally with World Cups, you have 3-4 weeks where you have free game. Let's get everyone excited. Let them stock up their larder, and that's not the case as much now.
Well, full disclosure, we are obliged to write about most of these ads, Robbie, and it's like they're all coming at once. Like, poor Amy Houston, our creative reporter, shout out. Might be a bit overwhelmed next week. I'll bring her some coffee. So we're moving on now to the final segment, and it has nothing to do with any of the themes we've previously discussed. I would just like to ask each of you what team you think is going to win the World Cup. Let's try and get a bit excited. Robbie, Arsenal is not an option, but...
Well, you know what? I thought England had a great shot at winning the World Cup up until recently. And we've been...
You've lost faith?
Huh?
You've lost the faith?
Well, I've just been a bit disappointed with some of the recent performances. But that might be a good thing for England because it's always better when we go under the radar and the expectations are low. That's normally when we do well. So I think England are going to do well. I do think we're going to do well. I don't think we'll win it, though. I think Argentina. I know a lot of people are saying Brazil, but I just fancy Argentina. Messi's last tournament, and I just got a feeling for them. I just got a feeling for Argentina. They've got a very, very strong team. When you look throughout their whole squad, they've got a lot of very good... It's not just Messi. They've got a lot of very, very good players. So I'm going Argentina.
Messi's last tournament is appointment viewing. I felt a bit excited and sad to hear that. He's been playing for 400 years at this point now, I guess.
Ronaldo's last one as well. You know, I mean, there's a lot of scenarios like that of sort of superstar players coming to the end of their, careers.
The end of an era.
Yeah, end of an era, yeah. And also we're going to be looking at, will Mbappe be the guy who takes over of the mantle? So once it starts, it's going to be exciting. But at the moment,
Now, super quickly, because I get really drawn in with Robbie's discussion, I just want this to be a football show, but Monica, who's going to win the World Cup?
I don't claim to be a football expert. I'm a football
None
fan
of us
expert.
are.
No, okay. Well, for me, I have hope. When we talk about the hope and the theme of the adverts, it's going to be USA. But I know that's a wild card.
Yeah. The ad from Fox Sports, they also said as much. It's a great ad, you should watch it. Amar, who's winning?
I fancy Argentina, but to take a different position to Robbie, I'll go with France. I think they actually have a stronger squad than they did in 2018 and have the potential to repeat, to win again.
Brilliant. I'll use that to inform my gambling. So, unfortunately, that's us. We're out of time. I've wasted too much of our time talking about this, but that was great. I would like to thank my panel. Wow. Great. I'm going to clap you all. And now the obligatory plug. Do attend the Drums website. The Media Summit content will all be on there. We have a Future of TV vertical, a newsletter, a podcast. Go and do Amit's newsletter as well. I'm ours. And audience, who's going to win the World Cup? Go, quick. England. What a surprise I heard that. That's us. Thank you very much.
Wow, what a show that was. Now, you heard it here first. John McCarthy has committed to writing up an article for every single World Cup ad, so we're going to hold him to that. So I do feel a little bit excited now for the World Cup, even though I don't watch football. But to be honest, if I'm being really truthfully honest, if England win the World Cup, as being suggested today, as a Scots person, I'm probably never going to hear the end of it. So yeah, wish me luck. Now, thank you to John and his amazing guests for that brilliant conversation. So now you, of course, you're watching Media Summit TV, brought to you by The Drum. The aim of this pop-up TV channel is to give you actionable insights into the rapidly evolving media world. Now, it would not have been possible without our amazing partners. So a huge, huge thank you goes to Google, Finecast, Criteo, Waze, and Digital Turbine. Over the last 2 days, we have brought you many hours of content, and with only 3 shows left to broadcast, we are very much on the home straight. But don't despair if you have missed anything of our live stream, because all of the shows, with their great guests and fascinating insights, will be live through the Drum TV player on, of course, thedrum.com. So check out the site. We now move swiftly to our green debate. Very important, hosted by our very own Cameron Clark.
Hello, I'm Cameron Clark, editor of The Drum, and welcome to The Green Room, a look at how marketers are wrestling with their role in the climate crisis. From forest fires to flash floods, the extreme weather of 2022 has led many of us to ask ourselves what more we can do to protect the environment. In our industry, that's meant pressure on agencies to re-examine the clients they work with, and calls for advertisers to slash the carbon footprint of their media buys. So today, we're going to be taking the temperature of the industry. How much progress are we actually making, and how much more do we all have to do? Joining me here in the studio to discuss that, we have Celine Crépeau, the Brand Strategy Senior Director at Jellyfish, and James Fleetham, Head of Client Sales at The Guardian. Welcome to you both. James, if we could start with you. The Guardian is in this really interesting position of being one of the titles that educates us on the climate crisis, while also having to sort of evaluate your own contribution to it as a media owner, as a publisher. So how do you navigate that dynamic?
So I guess, thanks for having us, first of all. The first thing I should say is, as you've pointed out, this is an extremely important subject to The Guardian. We've actually been reporting on the environment for over 100 years. But 3 years ago, we made a climate pledge, a commitment to the planet. And we defined the climate crisis as the defining issue of our generation. So there were sort of 3 parts to that climate pledge, 3 commitments that we made. The first was that we would report on the climate crisis relentlessly every single day around the world, because as you sort of said in your introduction, this is a crisis that's happening now. We're seeing record floods, record droughts, record numbers of people being displaced all around the world. So the first part of that is reporting on it as it happens. The next thing that we promised to do was hold power to accounts. That's what The Guardian stands for. So that's governments, that's businesses, that's people who can really make a difference on this. And the last part, which is probably more directly to your question, is holding ourselves to account as well. So there's lots of things that we did as part of that. Some of them are more interesting than others. I'll mention a couple. When we made that commitment, around the same time, we became the first news publisher in the world to become B Corp certified. So for your audience who are familiar with B Corp accreditation, that's quite a stringent process. And that was part of our commitment. The other, another key thing or decision that we decided to take at that time was to stop taking fossil fuel advertising. So that was a key point for us. And the third sort of most notable commitment, I think, at that time was that we gave ourselves 10 years to remove 2/3 of emissions from our business. So that's one of the most ambitious targets in the industry. And people then often ask, how are you doing that? To be honest with you, it's not super interesting, but I should let you know that the first thing that we did on that piece was that we moved all of our print sites onto print sites that run on 100% renewable energy. That's made a big difference. The next piece on that was that we removed all plastic wrapping from The Guardian. So originally we moved to starch bags. You can put your food in recyclable starch bags. Our readers pointed out they like to give us feedback, particularly on this subject. You can't recycle that stuff everywhere around the country. So we took them out. Now we have no plastic wrapping. We don't have loads of supplements at the weekend. We have one. It's not wrapped. And then the final piece is, things internally as well. So there's no beef in the canteen anymore. We really are Guardian reading, tofu eating, wokarati. But the most important thing that we can do is our journalism. And it's not just us that says that. So in 2015, the UN climate chief, Christiana Figueres, said that without the work of The Guardian, the Paris Agreement would have been much more difficult or perhaps even impossible. So always our reporting is where we can make the biggest impact.
Yeah. As well as James and Celine in the studio, we're also going to get the views of Alison Pepper, who's the Executive Vice President, Government Relations and Sustainability at the 4A. So we'll be bringing Alison into the conversation shortly as well to get that view from the US and from that enormous agency network. But I just want to pick up on something that you were talking about there, James. You were explaining some of the steps that The Guardian, as a business as well as a media owner, is taking to deal with this issue. Specifically as a media owner and selling the advertising in The Guardian, you talked about the fossil fuels decision, which is probably the most kind of famous move you've made to address your contribution. 3 years on, how do you reflect on that? Because there's quite a lot of money, presumably, you've left on the table over those 3 years.
It was a big decision for us, but it was at the same time. It's probably from those businesses alone, it will have cost us into the millions, you know, from their advertising revenue. But it was a clear decision for us to make. You know, we could draw the line at fossil fuels because those businesses have for decades lobbied, lied, greenwashed. And it contradicted our editorial position. So, you know, The Guardian is a brand too. It's a brand that's been around for 200 years. It's the most trusted media brand in the UK. We can't sort of just talk the talk. We have to walk the walk as well. And actually, you know, it's enabled. I think there's probably more brands as, you know, our values are appealing to advertisers. We are probably briefed by other advertisers more as a result of that decision. And it's also enabled us to bring in other revenue models as well. As a publisher, you have to find lots of other revenue models. The Guardian has got a big, famous reader revenue funded model, a little mocked when we brought it in. We've now got the world's largest supporter funded newsroom as a result. So those principles are a fundamental part of our business, and it's enabled us to grow as a result.
Yeah. Celine, this brings us kind of neatly to agencies, because as I said at the outset, there's been a lot of calls this year for agencies to rethink some of the clients they work with. I mean, quite famously at Cannes Lions this year, we saw Greenpeace protest on multiple occasions. I think we're seeing a little clip here of the protest on the beach at WPP, where they took a flotilla and disrupted the party, so to speak. How do you kind of approach this issue? Because there's obviously the Guardian way of doing it, which is to say no to fossil fuel clients. But I suppose you've got to work on that definition of which companies you're comfortable working with and which you aren't. And there's a lot of nuance to that, right?
Yeah, sure. Actually, at the beginning of the year, that was one of the main questions we were asking ourselves, which was, are there clients that we are uncomfortable working with? And that question was raised both by the top management, but also by just the employee working at Jellyfish. And obviously, we have a very inclusive culture, so we want everyone to be comfortable with the clients they are helping grow. To be really honest, that's even a question that I was myself asked as a brand strategist working for some clients in industries that I could have been uncomfortable with. The question was, do you want to take the project or not? And that's okay if you don't. But as a company, so we asked ourselves this question, and at first, I was really convinced that we had to draw the line in a very strict way. The thing is, defining the rules by which you're going to play is very difficult. And I understand the decision that the Guardian took to exclude fossil fuels companies. But at the same time, like, how do you decide that, say, those companies, you're not going to work for them, but you're going to work for the banks that actually finance the work they are doing and all the extractions they are doing right now? How do you decide that you won't work with fossil fuel company, but you will work with the telecommunication company and the companies that build your smartphone that requires the extraction of very rare metals, where we know that the conditions in which the people who do the extractions, I mean, their work conditions are completely awful and very, very, I mean, that's things we could discuss for very long. So
yeah, there's a very complex network to try and disentangle, isn't there? And I suppose there's a couple of ways of looking at that as well. There's the companies themselves and what they do as a business to directly contribute through their carbon footprint. But, there's been a lot of emphasis, and we are here at Media Summit, on the carbon impact of media buying itself. And do you think, Celine, the tools that we have at our disposal right now, the tools that agencies and advertisers have, are sophisticated enough at present to sort of answer this question as to just how much an agency's advertising or an advertiser's media buying is contributing to some of these issues that we're seeing in the climate?
That's a very good question. And actually, so when we, just to link it back to what I was saying, we don't think our role is to arbitrate between the brands that want to get their message out there and which ones we are going to help. Our role is to first make sure that the way we do advertising is as clean as it can be, emits the less possible carbon dioxide. So do we have all the tools we need to do that properly? Not yet. The market is changing very fast. And especially this year, it's crazy the acceleration that we've seen. It's a very, I'm very enthusiastic about that. But we are still stating the rules, setting the standards for the market. And our focus right now is on measurement. And obviously, Jellyfish is working on paid media, is working on creative development, is working on data. And for all these different areas, we'll need different carbon calculators. There are solutions available on the market, and some are easier to find for data, for example, like in the cloud solutions that we're using, there are already some integrated calculators. For paid media, there are solutions launched on the market. The Advertising Association is obviously working on some market standards. So things are moving very fast, and our role at Jellyfish and the way we're approaching it is that we want to test and find a way to scale the use of the solutions on all our clients, hopefully by the end of next year.
Yeah. And does this require a coordinated, collaborative effort? Because you touched there on some of the organizations, some of the trade organizations. There's obviously some sort of more activist-led organizations that have got involved in this conversation as well. Is this something that you can tackle collectively as agencies, or do you think you need a sort of Jellyfish solution to this problem, and every agency is going to have its own definitions of who it works with and the impact of what they do together?
No, I think that's our opportunity to collaborate. That's the one subject on which there is no way one player in the market is going to solve it all by itself. Not Jellyfish, not anyone. And even if it did, the goal is not to find some differentiator, some new unique selling point. The goal is to try and make the world a better place, or just to limit the global warming to the 1.5 Celsius degrees compared to the pre-industrial era. And that's not just about the advertising industry, it's about all of us individually. So what we want to do is to learn as fast as possible, share those learnings, so the solutions can be scaled widely and quickly.
Yeah. Alison, welcome. I'd love to bring you in at this point because your organization represents hundreds of agencies across America. And they're, of course, dealing with lots of challenges right now. Sustainability and the climate is one of them, but they also have business pressures, as we all know. So how high is sustainability and the climate on their agenda right now?
Yeah, I think sustainability, it's increasingly become an issue for agencies, and it's a couple different reasons it's become issues for agencies. One is it's not fully a regulatory issue in this country yet because the U.S. is a little bit behind some other geographic jurisdictions, but it's increasingly become an issue for agency in terms of looking at clients wanting to see more from agencies, not just in terms of what the agency is doing themselves in the sustainability space, but also wanting to be counselors and guiders and, partners and helping brands understand what they need to be doing. And it takes a couple different forms. One is sort of the bigger carbon footprint picture of wanting your partners to be good on that. But the other issue is increasingly brands really need guidance from their agency partners in the greenwashing space, as that's become more of an issue.
And you mentioned there about advertisers looking to their agencies and examining what they're doing. And we've seen that manifest itself in other ways in the interaction between agencies and advertisers. We've seen advertisers wanting to see evidence of agencies' levels of diversity, for instance, in RFPs and in briefs in previous years. Are you seeing particular sort of clauses or criteria specifying things around sustainability and around the environmental impact of their partnerships appearing in this kind of stuff as well now?
Yeah, you are. I mean, one of the things that you're increasingly seeing in this space is you're seeing requests from clients wanting agencies to become, reporting to some of the sustainability platforms, whether that's some of the ones that have been around a little bit longer, like CDP, or some of the newer ones like EcoVadis, et cetera. You're increasingly seeing more clients, look to their agency partners who want to establish their carbon footprints and want them to be part of this process for establishing carbon footprints, getting to reduction targets, things like that. So you are seeing the formality of that process starting to work its way into the system, in addition to I don't want to call it the softer issue, but a little bit of the softer issue of getting a lot more guidance on greenwashing. So there's the formal aspect of it and what you're seeing requirement for reporting platforms, but there's also the greenwashing issue. So they're both issues that are making their way through the system.
Yeah, and greenwashing has been an enormous subject this year. It's been hard to escape that word. It's bandied around a lot. How do you think agencies and advertisers feel about that? Do you think we can sort of, is there an easy way to distinguish between the genuine good that they're trying to do and things that, really are just greenwashing? How do you sort of make that distinction?
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt it's hard. It's difficult. I mean, there are a lot of soft edges to the issue. Speaking here for the domestic market in the US, we actually do have guidance in terms of regulatory guidance via our primary regulator in the space, which is the Federal Trade Commission. And it's a document called the Green Guides, which, believe it or not, is unfortunately over a decade old and how it's been updated. And this is kind of the seminal guidance that our advertising ecosystem really has around what constitutes greenwashing. But as I said, unfortunately, it's really old right now. It's supposed to be started to be updated very soon, but we haven't seen that process get underway just yet. And in the absence of that process, you're really looking more to the market and to consumer feedback and to peer feedback to try to get to some sort of baseline as to what greenwashing is. And that's tough. That's tough because not everybody's going to have the same definition. And I think that's one of the things that agencies and brands are really struggling with right now. They've got this little bit of the concept of green shushing. And I wish I knew who coined that term because I would give them credit, but I don't know who did it. But to some extent, green shushing is the converse of greenwashing. And it's the idea that I actually am, as a brand or an agency, I am taking the meaningful, productive, hard steps of trying to do better, be better in this space. But I'm a little bit scared about talking about them because I'm scared of being accused of greenwashing. So everything has a converse, and that's a little bit of the converse that we're seeing to greenwashing. But I think one of the things that's really important for brands and agencies in the absence of that formal guidance, and then, we're not quite to a meme yet of what we think greenwashing is some of the advice that I give to agencies and brands that I talk to is it's important to look at the distinction between your aspirational claims, like where you want to be in sustainability, and where you are right now with substantiated claims. So I think it's kind of a good general guideline for how to think about it.
Yeah, it's really interesting, this concept of green shushing and almost being a little bit afraid to speak out for fear you're branded as a greenwasher. James, I imagine you're going to get people approach you because they recognise The Guardian as a green brand.
Yep.
Do you feel any obligation to kind of audit the credentials before they have access to your platform to say that they're doing X, Y, Z for the planet? Is that something that you have to sort of interrogate?
Yeah, absolutely. And we do. So I guess it's a little different. So The Guardian's owned by a trust, and so we don't have a billionaire owner. We don't have any shareholders. Any profits which we make, which are not a lot, get put back into the journalism. So, you know, we exist for, we use clarity and imagination to build hope. That's what we exist for. So our values are our business. So that's why we drew the line with the fossil fuels, and we do everything we can to ensure there isn't greenwashing on The Guardian. So we would never run a content campaign that directly contradicts our editorial position. We have governance groups that when we get briefs in from electric car companies or anything that might cross over with what we might be writing about editorially, we have to submit that to those governance groups. And if they don't align with our editorial stance, we won't work with those companies. So it's not just the fossil fuel money we turn down. We turn down a lot of money all of the time. I think, you know, the greenwashing thing is interesting. It is hard, but I think it's possible. And sometimes it's more obvious than others. You know, the world's premier climate conference being sponsored by the world's biggest plastic polluter seems, you know, that's quite, clear. So, you know, but yeah, so we have those principles in place to prevent that sort of thing happening.
And one thing that we were talking about upstairs, which Celine and I found quite interesting, is you do take programmatic advertising on The Guardian, right? So even though you have some of those automated measures of having advertising on site, you still feel you can accommodate that while not compromising, you know, not having the, you know, inverted commas, the wrong clients on there. And you said you've got a sort of in-house team who are going to police that a little bit for you.
Yeah, we have an in-house team that police that, and we have some vociferous readers that if the in-house team miss it, they definitely won't. What you don't want to happen is our editor, Kath, to spot anything on there that shouldn't be on there. Then you're in trouble.
Yeah. And I suppose vociferous readers could be a proxy for vociferous consumers, for vociferous customers of brands, and the term green shushing and that concept, is that something you recognise at all, Celine, from your conversations with advertisers? Are they in any way nervous about broaching the topic of the green credentials in advertising at the moment?
Well, actually, not as much as we could imagine. I think what we try to stress at Jellyfish is the fact that, I mean, it's all about transparency. And consumers, I mean, we all see so much advertising about sustainability. That's everywhere. Like I attending an event recently where they were the CMO of a very important car brand in France was there, and they were showing their new ads around electric cars. And I mean, the creative aspect of the ad was great, but at the same time, there were so many questions to be asked about the way they presented it. And sustainability not only has become something that brands want to talk about because they're afraid their consumers will be turned down if they don't feel like the brand is sustainable, but it has also become a real marketing principle. Like there is a real marketing of sustainability, which is mostly addressed, I think, to the wealthier part of the population. So, I mean, tomorrow you'll be driving a car that looks like a car from the future, basically. And we have to stay humble and make sure that everything we say has some interest for the client. Not only is it true, is the brand really doing it, but is it useful for the consumer to know about it? Would it help him make or her make a better choice when he actually decides what brand to choose? Or is it just something we're using to reinforce the brand's image?
Well, it's interesting. Is it true? That cuts to the heart of the matter, doesn't it? Because ultimately, there are lots of people out there who want to use the power of communication to convey a message, but that has to be underpinned with genuine action. And how often, and of course you don't need to mention specific clients, but how often do you find yourself querying, is this true? I mean, is that a question that you actually have to put to advertisers, to clients directly, to examine whether you feel you can, honestly go and convey that message for them?
Yeah, well, obviously we do, and that's also our responsibility as an advertising agency, not only for ethical reasons, but also because we are supposed to advise our clients on how to communicate based on their services and products, and to avoid greenwashing, obviously. But the difficulty is that often the people we speak to who are part of the marketing team, sometimes, and way too often, they don't have the answer.
Yeah.
And the answer is really hard to find. Because those companies work in silos, as a lot of them do, and they just don't know who to ask.
Yeah. Just we're coming to the end of our time. I just want to get one last view from Alison, because you talked about how regulation in the US hasn't really kept pace with what we're seeing happening. So what do you think agencies need to sort of empower them moving forward? What are your members looking for as we head into 2023? What can help them approach this issue better?
Yeah, two things. One is we do need that formal regulation we hope to see from our federal regulators, which should be forthcoming. But in the absence of that, because that is going to be a long process, I think there needs to be more industry discussion about, it was mentioned by one of the other panelists, the idea about what constitutes transparency. And I would follow up on something that was just said about the idea that, of course, you start with the idea that is the claim true? Well, that's the baseline in this space. Is the claim true? Yes, of course it's true. But things can be true, a fact can be true in isolation, but in totality, it can still add up to something that's a little bit greenwashing. So I think what we need is some sort of, I don't mean to pick on them, but I saw something recently with aviation about claims around use of sustainable aviation fuel. And the fact in isolation was true, it was being used, but unfortunately it was being used at 0.001% of entire usage. So is the claim true on its face? Yes. Is it true in its totality, or does it lack context, or does it need more transparency? Yes, it probably does. So I think it may be some of the absence here in the US that we're going to be waiting on for formal federal and state regulation. I think it would be helpful for the industry to come together a little bit more and talk about these issues of what constitutes transparency, what constitutes, transparency in context, et cetera. And I think we're having those conversations right now.
Okay, well, listen, it's a fascinating subject. I feel we've only scratched the surface of it. Sadly, we've been beaten by the clock, so that's all we've got time for. But Celine, James, and Alison, thank you so much for your views. I'm sure people at home have got really strong views on this topic as well, so do share them with us at The Drum. If you've missed on social, and if you've missed any of today's chat or any of the other sessions from here at Media Summit, you can watch them on demand on thedrum.com. But for us, for now, thank you very much for watching, and goodbye.
Welcome back. Hopefully we're all feeling green after that talk show. I know that everyone who missed it will feel green with envy, but luckily they'll be able to go to thedrum.com and check out the recaps on our player. It's a rightfully important discussion that I'm absolutely delighted was given airtime in this Media Summit, as it will impact absolutely everybody and everything that we do. But the show doesn't end there. So Lynn Lester is now taking the reins to host a conversation around digital out of home. Take it away, Lynn.
Hello and welcome to Do or Do. I don't know who came up with that title, certainly not me, but I think I meant to give it a do. The show where we explore this once it was a traditional medium out of home, right? But it has evolved over the past few years. I think it's been unimaginable for people. Now, arguably, you could say that out of home offers one of the most exciting and innovatively rich opportunities for brands and agencies. And it's definitely become, I think, one of the cool kids on the block as part of the marketing mix. Do you agree? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. They sound partially confident. And we are privileged at the Drum to see a constant stream of innovation through the winners of things like the Drum Awards for Out of Home, which we do have a festival coming up in December, first week. So check out the award winners or come and join us here in the Drum Labs in London. So to talk innovation, creativity and opportunity, let me welcome my fabulous guests. So thank you so much for being with me today. And I want to thank, coming from over the pond in Montreal, we do have Stephanie Gutnick, Global Head of Digital Out of Home at Yahoo. Welcome. And she will appear in a moment through the power of technology. We also have Lena Maggie, Vice President of Partnerships and Head of Out of Home at BCN Visuals from California. I'm not jealous at all. And sitting on the sofa, we have Rudy Roberts, Country Manager UK at Waze. Welcome. And Curtis Weir, Out of Home Group Director at Publicis Media.
Hi.
So thank you to all of you. And firstly, I want to pick up what I was saying at the beginning. You know, this is probably one of the most exciting, evolving, ever-changing mediums in, I guess, what we have at our fingertips. And Stephanie, I wanted to ask you first, given the fact that, you know, it's moving far and, you know, there's obviously a lot of engagement, what do you think the current perception is of Out of Home?
That's one of my favorite things to speak about is, and I hear myself speaking, which is kind of meta experience, everyone, but the perception of out of home can very much come from people's perceptions of what it used to be 10, 20 years ago. And I have a presentation called Not Your Mother's Billboard, because we are working with a medium that has highly evolved. So it's up to the industry to really educate advertisers and agencies about what can be done from a tech perspective. There's a lot of data that can be applied now for audience indexing and measurement, as well as from a creative perspective. So we have to change that perception.
Absolutely. I mean, do you think brands are starting to realise, you know, in terms of measurement, you know, you can actually measure this medium? I mean, how much education do we still have to do on this?
Well, there's still basic fundamentals about how there are just certain metrics that won't make sense for a medium like out of home. But when we're looking at apples to apples, we can do a lot when it comes to measuring conversions, lifts, footfall, all part of an omni-channel campaign and demonstrating where out of home contributes to that. So it's definitely at the stage where out of home can prove itself tangibly through empirical results. And then there's the creative capacity that's just the magic to an out of home experience. And that's where we can still become very playful and see the results when you get the creative right.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think, you know, you are very on point there because, you know, according to the US press, there's about 8 billion being spent now in out of home or digital out of home, however you want to phrase it. You know, and so it's sort of building up to the standards that it was before the pandemic. You know, clients are reinvesting. And there was actually a really funny, well, it wasn't funny, I just found it amusing, you'll see why in a second, but the Trade Desk ran an out of home campaign. I don't know if you saw it. So basically the Trade Desk campaign was where they were marketing the fact that CMOs who were going through the London Underground should be spending money in CTV. So there it is there, you can see it. So yeah, it was basically dear marketer, the time to spend was then, but now you can do it now. Like, what do you make of that? The fact that other mediums are now using out of home to amplify their cause?
Well, I'm doing a doctorate on CTV and digital out of home, so I really believe that the two go hand in hand. Whether it's the Trade Desk advertising to buyers in this regard, but it ultimately comes down to knowing your audience. So they knew exactly where they wanted to reach their potential clients and give a message just like that. And you'll notice, because I saw this too, and I'm in Montreal, the pickup was largely online. So there's a huge component of out of home that happens in the location, and we want to be true to that. But when you do it right, people are going to be inclined to share on social media. It's a lot of organic social reach. And that's the magic to this medium, is we can really take an upper funnel mass medium play and make it a one-to-one experience that happens at scale across the world.
Absolutely, and I think that is a big conversation to be had, the whole brand versus performance, top of the funnel, middle of the funnel, bottom of the funnel. So I think we pretty much clarified here, out of home can cater for all your needs effectively, whatever you are in that sales journey. And one of the things I wanted to come to you, Lena, was around the whole creativity stance. I mean, I think you would have to be, I guess, unattentive not to see how amazing out of home is. Some of the executions are just insane at the moment, just so good, such award-winning campaigns. So for you, when we kind of touched on this a second ago, are you finding more and more that out of home or digital out of home is the trigger to amplify other platforms and other mediums like, social, connected TV? What's your view on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, out of home is one of the very few mediums where people will see it, they want to photograph it, they want to record it, they want to share it with their friends. So what we do here at BCN with the 3D anamorphic creatives is just amplifying that digital out of home experience. So there's a life beyond the out of home campaign. So taking those videos, posting it on social media. We recently did a campaign for an auto brand that got about 15 million views on TikTok. So you book an out-of-home campaign, it's 4 weeks, but there is a life beyond that. And then also a lot of the media owners are now heavily investing into the technology and the signage within their venues, giving us an even greater opportunity for, universe of screens where we can execute these very engaging campaigns.
Well, you led me nicely there, because anamorphic 3D technology, I'm learning every day is a skill day, but I do have a brilliant example of that through BMW, and I would just love to play it now to get a view on what you think. I mean, what an amazing campaign. You go to Times Square and you expect to see crazy things sometimes. I won't go there, but you know what I mean. And then you look at this and you're like, wow, that is just insane. Like, how did you get the client to buy into that?
Yeah, I think clients are always trying to push the boundaries, be first to market, and that's what we specialize in. We want to make, these PR-worthy campaigns, this top-of-the-line executions. We have a number of visual effects designers and computer graphic designers that really want to push the boundary of these billboards and the digital out-of-home campaigns to create that wow factor that we love so much in out-of-home.
Yeah, and I think the important point of this campaign, which you kind of made earlier, is the fact that was just the amplification. It was just the trigger to get that mass attention. So can you just sort of give us an insight into that?
Yeah, I mean, this specific campaign was to launch one of the new BMW vehicles. So how do you take, this billboard that is kind of a static format, if you will, and give it some physicality through the illusion and the graphics and everything that we do here at BCN to really get people engaged. And then, in fact, the video that we put together for that campaign got transformed into a TV spot. So really taking that digital out-of-home medium and extending it into social, extending it into digital TV, and really having a digital ecosystem of that campaign that is just so compelling and people love to see and record and share.
Wow, well done. And hopefully, if you've not won an award for it, you'll enter into the Drum Awards sometime soon. It's a cheap plug, but we all have to do it sometimes. And so, Rudy, for your business, it's really interesting ways, because you don't say, well, I don't know what you say yet, but it's not just out of home, it's not digital out of home. You say out of home, on the move. So talk me through that first.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So I think it's being a sort of newcomer to out of home. We've obviously just heard that the perception of out of home can be like from the 1980s, ages old and all the rest of it, and things have changed dramatically. over the last few decades. And Waze is a relative newcomer to that space. And unlike the big screen of Times Square, which, I mean, again, phenomenal execution, but like the impact you get is the more subtle impact that digital can make. So digital out of home, yes, because you're technically out of your home, on the move, because Waze is activated when you're in the car. Like that's essentially the relationship with Waze with the user is, you know, you get into your car, you put your seatbelt on, you activate Waze. Like that's the kind of, for a regular user, that's sort of the muscle memory behavior. It's just like you do it in the same way that you do with your other car behaviors. But it needs to fit into the landscape as a newcomer of where media budgets are and where planners are spending their time. And that is either in traditional media or in digital media. And I think in the early days, we were pushed from pillar to post. It's like, but you're digital, so speak to these guys, and they're looking for e-commerce. I'm like, well, when you're driving, you can't really go straight to a website.
It's illegal.
It's illegal, right? So then it's kind of, so we're going to speak to the out-of-home people. I was like, yeah, but you're digital, so go back in that direction. So we have to work very hard and have traditionally had to work really hard to demonstrate what our value proposition is, what that relationship is with the potential audience for brands, and work really hard to like explain exactly the value they can get from that. And the maturity is there now, and we're starting to see real adventure in the way that brands are using Waze, I think, in multiple markets, Canada being one of them actually, where we've done some really creative stuff, but also just really traditionally like native advertising. Pins on maps for supermarkets, fast food, these kind of brands, it drives footfall, it just does. And people expect to see locations pinned on a map, so it's very native to their experience, and they respond to it in the right way. So I think we're kind of finding a sort of a niche there that's working really well.
I mean, for me, it's a no-brainer, right? So, I mean, I'm Scottish, so I might not be the smartest person in the world, but it's a no-brainer for me to say, oh, I know exactly. I'm very patriotic. We can take the mick ourselves, it's okay. But, you know, for you, and I guess one of your USPs, I'm doing your job for you here, but one of your USPs, I guess, is the fact that you're in people's intimate space. So, you know, in terms of that dwell time, you're the companion on the journey, you're offering advice. It's like how it's that reliability factor, I guess. And are you finding brands are sort of tapping into that?
They are. Those that are with us definitely are. Those that maybe are in trial period or trying to learn more, definitely, I think should. I think that's one of the things. So we've spent a lot of time, obviously, research and doing surveys to understand why do people use sat-navs in the first place, and why would they choose one over the other? And the two key things that come out is reliability. So if they're going to use tech, they want to know damn sure it's going to work. So that's a major thing that we need to deliver and demonstrate. Same with all technology. And the other one is trust. Trust in the information that they're being provided with. Because when you're using a sat-nav, you're trying to get somewhere on time. You're trying to get there with the least stress. Otherwise, you don't bother switching it on, right? That's the whole point, is finding where you're going, getting there reliably on time and so on. And so everything that appears on that platform, the expectation is the same no matter what. So whether you're a brand on the platform, so location's got to be absolutely key. You can't think that there's a pinned location there, you turn up and it's not. Like it's super important that we've got that kind of accuracy. And so we work really hard with that. And we have a community of map editors that are supporting us all the way to make sure these kind of things are locally understood and absolutely accurate.
Yeah, you're making me laugh, actually, when you're talking about that you have to trust the sat-nav. So I was using a sat-nav, it wasn't Waze, so you'd be happy to know. Well, maybe you're not happy to know, but after this, we will sort this. But I was using this sat-nav, and I remember going to visit my brother in Blackpool, which for you guys over the pond, it's a bit like the Coney Island of the UK. So I went to visit my brother, and the sat-nav kept taking me, my sisters, into this car park, and they were not amused. So I definitely need to get Waze on board.
Yeah, and I think, the point you make about intimacy is really true. Like we did, again, research, especially during the last few years, where people either couldn't leave their home, obviously with restrictions and lockdowns and so on, but the car very much became the next safe space. People would turn in the backs on public transport and referring more to the car and so on. So that intimacy is really important, and we can't take for granted. So we do things with advertisers to take advantage of that, I guess, of that intimate space, because you're not just fleetingly seeing an ad.
Yeah.
A brand has the opportunity to spend minutes, if not hours, with people in a car journey. So we use our voices, the turn-by-turn navigation voices, organically. We've just launched a Glaswegian accent. We've done.
Thank God.
We've got a Brummie accent live at the moment, a Manc and a Cockney, because it is about that intimate space. Like, can you drive and spend time in a way that's just a bit more familiar to where you are? Because why should it be a really sort of neutral accent that doesn't necessarily relate to anyone? Like, it should be more localised, and that's what we stand for.
I love it. I love it. Well, on that note, actually, so the first question I would have for you, but I don't expect you to answer, is it going to curse a lot in the car? So that's the one thing for the Glaswegian accent. But one of the things I do want to do now is show everyone who's watching and tuning in, just to sort of get context on how you might use Out of Home on the Move. There is this brilliant campaign by Heinz. It's award-winning. It won big at the Drum Awards. So let's take a look.
I've been stuck in traffic for the last 2 hours.
What's the holdup?
What should take me 5 minutes takes me about 30.
I mean, what an amazing campaign. We loved it. You know, we were a little biased, obviously, won at the Drum Awards, but, you know, it's such a good campaign. And, you know, I guess you kind of get the case in point there, but you've also been doing cool stuff with like Volkswagen and people like that. Can you just tell us in short kind of what that's been about?
Yeah, so I think the Heinz example that you showed there is demonstrating perfectly what you can do with digital on the, like digital out of home, but specifically on the move, where sort of, I suppose, our niche is. It's about context. It's entirely about context. So that example was, it's all about when you're stuck in traffic. How are people feeling and how can a brand relate to that? We've done some work with Volkswagen specifically for their commercial vehicle division, knowing that a lot of professional drivers use sat-navs and all the rest of it as well. So it was a perfect engagement for them to put their brand forward, but understanding that working professional drivers listen to the radio a lot. Like, that's a fact, we know that. And we were able to work with Global Radio to sync radio spots with ad delivery through Waze, so that you're kind of amplifying, you're kind of syncing a messaging, a bit like contextual advertising at its best, really, working with other platforms, other medium, to improve the performance. And it worked really, really well to lift performance for VW commercial vehicle. And I think those things are really good. That contextual, knowing where people are, knowing what conditions they're in. I was driving home from Birmingham last night, navigating with the Brummie accent, obviously, but it was absolutely torrential rain, and I received an ad on that journey from QuickFit reminding me to check my tyres because of the conditions, because they're using weather targeting signs. So stuff like that, I think, really comes to the fore.
That's so cool. I mean, it really is. And, you know, Curtis, for you, you're obviously sort of sandwiched in the middle here. You've got the brand, you know, you've got the brand sort of pushing you, and you've obviously got the platforms that want the spend. So where does Out of Home fit in the whole kind of media landscape?
Oh, wow. I mean, it's a format, I keep on saying this, so forgive me, but it's a format that's defined by where it's not, right? It's not in the home. That's the only thing that all of the different media opportunities within Out of Home have in common. You know, it's a medium where you can be as intimate, as you said, in someone's car. You can be within a metro or tube carriage.
Yeah.
Or you can be at, you know, a national landmark. And not any other channel has that range of media solution and media opportunity. So it is a master of all trades. Right, you know, it does fame brilliantly, but it can do point of sale great as well. It can do long-term metrics. It can do short-term metrics. It needs a lot of architecting. It needs a lot of thinking about it, a lot of discipline. you know, this campaign is about this and we're going to use media to do this. That's where the challenge really comes from it. And that goes all the way down from the initial creative idea and concept all the way down to the way that you evaluate it.
Yeah.
You know, if you're going to buy advertising around Europe's biggest landmark, it's not necessarily going to drive immediate sales uplift. But it will maybe drive a lot of earned media and a lot of brand perception. That's the way that you have to kind of architect and design your media experiences within the environment.
I mean, that also makes a lot of sense. But I guess, you know, we were talking earlier about the medium being used as a stunt, for example, or whether it's a big brand campaign. Do you find that brands sort of fall into it by accident, where they do something and they don't realise it's going to be a stunt, or is that intentional?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's generally intentional. I think there's an understanding, you know, it can be spending. Right, that's the very first thing. So, you know, there needs to be a lot of thought and consideration in terms of how you're going to invest that media dollar or pound in order to get the most for it. I think occasionally things are becoming easier to gain that level of notoriety. You don't actually have to spend lots of money. There's a really great example, I can't remember, of a brand who launched during the lockdown. Their whole campaign was around the fact that they were launching a brand during lockdown. But that message really resonated, obviously, in public spaces where people are still able to go for public walking and do exercise. And, you know, buying food at the supermarket became everyone's favourite hobby at that time. So.
My God, and walking. I've never walked so much. I don't think I've walked again since I was allowed to go out, ironically. Oh. And you know, you did you worked on a really good campaign with Samsung. So let's have a look at this now, and I would love you to talk everyone through the kind of thinking behind it.
Sure. So, I mean, the very first thing is you're going, okay, that's not a digital campaign. It's not a digital out-of-home campaign. And it isn't in many ways, but it is also in many ways. It's there to drive, it's an asset. It's not just media space. It's a creative.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, as you're saying about stunts, it's about taking that asset and something that really helps to communicate what the product's really about. It's different, it's distinctive, it folds, right? And it jumps out at you and trying to show that in a really tangible way, but then using that execution as a way or planning around it in order to make sure that it's an experience that has scale to it. Yeah. Lots of people see, can drive conversation and really leave a lasting memory.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the thing is, it's about engagement in so many levels. So actually, you don't have to overthink these things. As you say, you don't have to spend tons of dollars, although I'm sure many platforms do not want to hear you say those words. But, you know, it's true. As long as you've kind of got the idea at the crux of it, that's all that counts, really.
I think that I started my career in digital, and I think that was always the promise of digital engagement, you know. Yeah. And it was like, wow, you can click and hover over an ad, right? That was new before display came around, right? Yeah. There was that interactivity. And now people have their own pointer and clicker. It's a phone camera and it's a profile. So the interactions now come into the offline world.
Yeah. And before we kind of wrap up here, I would love to get a sense. You were talking about the here and the now and how cool everything is. What is going to happen if it's so engaging at the moment? Give it, 5 more years. Where the heck is this thing going? So we'll have to have a sort of quick response from everyone. But Stephanie, let's go with you first. What do you reckon?
Well, I mean, I think when we talk about simplicity, and this is what I guide clients and first-time buyers of out-of-home in this direction, is it can be very overwhelming. To Curtis's point, it's really everywhere except for inside of your home. So buyers can become overwhelmed with the number of verticals and options and contexts and formats for creative assets.
We have lost her. If only it was as accurate as technology, eh? Lena, let's go to you until we get Stephanie back.
Yeah, definitely. I think, to Curtis's point, people love to be surprised. They love to be wowed. And I think out of home is one of the few mediums that you're not forced to go to Times Square and to see that 3D anamorphic creative. You're passing by, oh my gosh, that's so cool. And you as a viewer feel compelled to record it and to share, right? So it's a very passive kind of native medium, but people will constantly want to be surprised. They want to be wowed. They want to be the first to make a video of something that they saw that's cool and share with their friends, post it on their social media. So I think that's going to continue to happen, and digital out of home really lends itself very nicely to that type of experience that people are looking for these days, and in 5 and 10 years.
Yeah. And Curtis, what about you?
Yeah, I've actually, I think the hottest thing probably of the last, or maybe 2 years, has been anamorphic, forced perspective creatives in the digital out-of-home space. But I actually think there's some really cool learnings about it from a planning point of view, right? There's a very specific point, location, to really experience that at its full marvel. And then there's also this other secondary scalable experience in terms of online. And really thinking about what you're placing where is really where the magic happens, right? What are you placing where? And if you take that as a planning principle, I think, this is on the sides of buildings, right? These buildings don't just pop up randomly. There is so much data, so much thinking that goes into designing spaces, designing public spaces. If we can start to tap in and harness that, we'll have some really successful results as a result of it.
Agreed. And Rudy, because you're a man of fast thought, we've got about 30 seconds for you to reply. What do you think? Tell me.
Yeah, I think because context is obvious, and that really is the driving difference, whether it's a static out-of-home experience or a digital on-the-move experience, we have a good understanding about what the audience cares about and what they are doing and where they're going in that moment. So I think just more and more creativity will come, like whether it's a folding phone or other executions. I think it will just get better and better and better.
I think you're right. And one thing I do want to leave everyone with is one of my favourite pieces of work last year at the Out of Home Awards was a campaign by PlayStation. So they were launching one of the big consoles. You can tell I'm not a gamer. They were launching a console, and they basically wanted to sort of create, I guess, a culturally immersive campaign where they took over the London Underground sign. So they did a campaign with TfL. So before I show you that, I just want to thank all of you for coming here today. You've been amazing. I think, what you're doing in the space is super cool. And I think it's, to me, a very obvious place for brands to go right now. So thank you so much. But to finish the show, I'm going to show you PlayStation. So take it away, PlayStation.
That was an absolutely fascinating session, and while we're talking about marketing, I think we can all agree that digital out of home is absolutely vital. In fact, potentially that session should have been called Do or Die rather than Do or Do. But that's mine, by the way, don't steal that. Well, one more show to go here. We're approaching the end of Media Summit 2022 somehow. And I don't know about anybody here or anybody watching at home, but I'm looking forward to unpacking the hours of content that's gone into the summit over the past 2 days. You can find all of that by going to our on-demand platform at thedrum.com. So that's every single session we have. But before we say our final goodbye for this session and this pop-up TV channel, Jenny Baker is back for our final show of the summit, where she's going to be discussing the third wave of digital media. So take it away, Jenny.
Hello,
I'm Jenny Baker, Assistant Editor at The Drum. And thanks for joining us today as we explore what's powering agency success in the third wave of digital media. First, it was search, then social, and now the third wave of digital media is upon us. Retail media is set to account for over 25% of digital media spend by 2026. And with this comes a new approach to media buying and a new tech architecture to unlock the power of commerce data. Here to explore all of this in more detail, I'm delighted to be joined by Natalie Firth, Head of Agency UK at Criteo, Jane Osler, EVP Global Thought Leadership at Kantar, and Mudit Jaju, Global Head of E-commerce at Wavemaker. Welcome, all of you.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to be really diving into the trends driving this shift, retail media's role in the media plan, and how brands and agencies can unlock the power of commerce data. We've got a lot to cover, so I'm determined to get through this in 25 minutes. But look, I guess to kick things off, let's look at the world of retail media. I know at The Drum we're hearing lots of developments in the space, particularly over the last 1 to 2 years. All the big retailers sort of upping their retail media offerings. But Jane, come to you as our kind of insight specialist here at Kantar. What are some of the shifts that we're seeing that's driving us to this?
It's a good question. I think there's probably a few things going on. One is that, the size and the scale of retailers now and the mergers of some retail operations that we're seeing, Albertsons and Kroger in the US, or, they are driving the scale of data as well. And I think the other sort of thing that's going on generally in the environment with the deprecation of cookies is that there is probably, the early stages of a paucity of data in the market that can be used for targeting, and particularly around the area of retail where, understanding actual purchase behaviour, other forms of behaviour is getting more and more important. So in a way, retail media answers all of those questions.
And Mudit, what are you seeing this days?
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Retail media, I think, is growing up and getting scale. Historically, we would think of retail media in very on-platform, sort of sponsored search and those kinds of formats. But increasingly, the value of retailer data is just rising up the ranks. We're seeing retailers becoming much more comfortable using their data in everything from digital out-of-home to the last panel to CTV to off-platform display activations. And I think that just gives it scale. Fundamentally, retail platforms are built to sell stuff, not sell advertising. But it's by being able to use that data in clever ways that we can sell advertising and create those meaningful consumer connections at scale.
Absolutely. And speaking of scale, Natalie, I know Criteo is obviously really invested in this space.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's so interesting when you see that, we've not just not got retailers becoming media owners, but media owners becoming retailers as well, which raises this really interesting point of the world of retail media and the world of commerce media, and really what those two things mean. I think we use those two phrases very interchangeably often, and actually to us, they're not necessarily the same thing. Retail media being, to Mudit's point, very much the buying of ads on retail spaces, sponsored ads, etc., sponsored products, whereas commerce media much more of an umbrella term of, the wider opportunity of digital out of home, using that commerce data to buy across these multiple channels. So I think when we look at these two trends together, it's really interesting to see how commerce media is a much broader opportunity. And I think when you talked about that kind of 25% digital spend, that's a mad number, that's crazy. But actually, that comes from a really interesting place. So if you think 25% growth over the next 5 years takes us to $100 billion of advertising revenue, right? That's insane. And, akin to the change we saw when we saw kind of search and social come in. And I think McKinsey has said this could have a paradigm shift in the same way that we saw programmatic come in terms of how we plan and buy media. So, yeah, it's a massive opportunity, and you can see why people are so excited, and it's become the buzzword, and what an exciting place to be at Criteo when everyone wants to talk about retail media all the time. And when you think about that size and scale and really what our role is to play in there. So at Criteo, we speak to 50% of the top retailers in the world, which is kind of an exciting place to be. It gives us that scale, breadth and depth of data. And you think about, we know Amazon's big, for example, right? They see sort of $600 billion of sales. We see over $1 trillion of retail sales. And it's a little bit more dynamic, potentially, than some of that data. So, yeah, the scale's there, the excitement's there. McKinsey are backing it up. So, yeah, definitely a trend to watch.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I guess sticking with that kind of retail, I mean, obviously you've said there's a difference with it, but what are the benefits of retail media versus other channels?
So this is quite a no-brainer, really, I think, for everybody involved. So we're at the win-win-win situation. So it's a win for agencies because it's a privacy-first solution, right? It's answering that cookie deprecation, it's privacy-first, it's a brand-safe environment, and actually those ads are appearing at a point of sale that are so close to transaction that the retailer can feed back and tell you if that ad drove a sale or not. So that closed-loop measurement's, you know, a no-brainer for advertisers and agencies. And then when you talk about the retailer themselves, like this is a revenue stream they probably need right now. The last 3 years has seen an immense amount of pressure on online retail sites, excuse me, from the pandemic's driven such fast needed innovation, right? We've poured money into these retail sites. So given the market an opportunity to make a new revenue stream, I think it's come at a really good time and it's helped get it really kind of to the forefront. And then thirdly, why is it win for consumers? I think, you know, Jane, you kind of talked about this a lot, really, of this is an unobtrusive ad format, right? You know, we know that consumers start their shopping product searches online. We know that they're starting them on, you know, the open internet as opposed to in search, etc. So finding an ad in an unobtrusive environment is kind of not, you know, not in the place they're not expecting it or not wanting it. So it's a win for the agencies, it's a win for the retailers and also for the consumers as well.
I mean, yeah, just to back that up, we did a piece of research recently called Media Reactions, where we actually asked consumers in 29 markets their views of advertising on different media channels and different media brands. And it's something that lots of people don't take into account. Like, what do consumers actually think about ad environments? Like, obviously, we all research all the ads all the time, but it's the actual environment that they're sitting in. And the most popular ad platform globally is actually Amazon, the brand, the global brand. Because, so we've got data that sort of deconstruct why people think this, and to your point, it's the point about relevance. So the targeting is appropriate, it's not deemed to be intrusive, it's okay, and it's the right point that you're being advertised to. So I think there's something in, you know, how the creative is developed and what the message says and what it's all about, but being relevant is really, really important for consumers in advertising, and that's what retail media can do.
I think the point around closed loop attribution is really important, but also I think retail media allows you to deliver on a number of commercial goals. So if you have a red, a yellow, and a green SKU, and you specifically want to push the green SKU, that's quite easy to do using retail media by changing your sponsored products mix. Whereas, which is a little bit tougher to do and measure and optimize to. I would say the other thing is the ability to measure ROAS needs to not become an obsession. And there's sometimes the risk of being overly obsessed with ROAS, because that means you start to really narrow down on that very end of funnel sort of tactic. But actually, the opportunity with retail media is being able to create audience segments that are appropriate and right for you and start really talking to them. I mean, some of the retail media formats that we're seeing are brilliant. If you live in France or can speak serviceable French, go to Carrefour and just do a search. The search ad format on Carrefour is beautiful. And people say that performance marketing ads, it's like, grotty links on the bottom of the page. But that's how you bring a really creative storytelling. I love being able to take a brand and tell the story in the format of a search ad.
Yeah.
So search for Carrefour.
Well, yeah, I'm going to check it out right after. And just sticking with you, Mida, I'd love to know sort of where's this new spend on retail media coming from? Is it being taken away from other budgets, or how does that work?
Everywhere is the short answer. It's coming from traditional shopper budgets. It's coming from media budgets. It's coming from net new budgets as well. What's actually been very interesting for us as an agency is the number of stakeholders we're speaking to has grown. So we're not just talking to sort of CMO, head of marketing, head of media types, but we're talking to head of sales, head of COOs, those kinds of people who are directly responsible for the P&L. And I think that's required, candidly, a little bit of re-education on our end as well. I had one client whose office was literally in the warehouse because they want to be able to talk to you about that sort of stuff. So the budgets are coming from everywhere. I would say, depending on the format a little bit, it's coming from media in the main. But that's not a definitive role. And I think that's what's leading us to think very intelligently about measurement because they expect to be able to answer the same questions on measurement as you would on, say, telly.
Yeah. And is that what you're saying as well?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I think I completely agree with your point. Absolutely everywhere. We're seeing from pots everywhere. I think for me, 3 main places. E-commerce is growing, net new. More sales, more revenue, more eyeballs equals net new budgets. Secondly, that shopper marketing part, you can't ignore that. This is, giving the brands and merchandisers opportunity to take that in-store experience to a digital, virtual environment. But to do that, you need technology, right, and ad tech players. It's different. And and to your point, we have the measurement on top as well, which makes it kind of a bit more exciting. And then thirdly, I don't know if you agree with this, but potentially it's going to start coming from search and social, because there's a huge disparity in the spend you're seeing. Over 70% of transactions are made on the open internet. Only 40% of ad dollars actually make it to those consumers. Are we going to start to see a bit of a shift away from some of those more dominant mediums when retail media starts to get...
I also think that the notion of search and social distinct from retail media is potentially going to change. And certainly categories like CPG, for example, we're certainly seeing a lot of that search investment shift over to retail search. So now we'll have we talk about traditional search and retail search, for example, but we also talk about traditional DSP and retail DSP. So it is coming from a lot of different places.
I think the other thing is, though, that as media channels and platforms evolve, the boundaries start to evolve as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if, we start to see, experimentation from brand budgets as well, looking at how do you use retail media for brand building. It's not just... leading to the sale, and that's its only use case. I am sure that we will see other types of objectives come into play as well.
That's great. And so where does it fit in a modern multimedia campaign? And that's, I guess, to all of you.
Yeah, I guess, in a modern multimedia campaign is massively fragmented and massively complex, as we know. And so the challenges of measurement and, from our point of view, effectiveness measurement, get more complex. And I think, one thing that our clients are particularly interested in is how different media channels work together, the synergies that exist between different media channels. These things don't exist in silos. And just because something is, fairly new and fairly exciting doesn't mean that you can just ignore it and experiment and hope for the best. You still have to test and learn. So I think for, clients who are experimenting in these areas, having a sort of program of measurement of effectiveness is super important. And, research agencies obviously can do that stuff, but you need to apply the learnings to the next campaign. It's not just kind of put it out there and hope that it works. It's got to be taken seriously from a measurement perspective too.
I love that point about having a learning agenda, because and one of the things that I think that's meaningfully changing in retail media is sort of pre-pandemic, it used to be sort of the last 10 slides in a presentation and kind of sat a little bit in a silo. But I had the CMO of a major CPG company say to me a few weeks ago, you have to figure out a way in which TV and retail media work together, because I cannot have my largest source of investment and my largest source of growth sit in splendid isolation.
Yeah.
And so I think that integration is going to become really critical. I think some of the stuff we're seeing, like the data partnership between Kroger and Roku in the US, where you're able to target CTV based on store card data, buyers and non-buyers, or category buyers but not brand buyers. I mean, where does that sit? It's on connected TV, so it's TV, but it's also video, but it's also retail media because it's based on Kroger store card data. By the way, it worked phenomenally when we did that for one of our clients in the food space.
Can you tell us about that client?
Well, yeah, no. It was for Danone, and Danone are in this interesting space where they're growing in a growing category of milk substitutes. And so being able to target specifically people who had bought milk substitutes, but not a Danone brand, was just a very specific audience we were able to target. But with milk substitutes, you have to go through a journey of understanding. Not everyone understands what oat milk is. And so being able to tell that story through a visual medium like video was incredibly powerful. And what we found was there was a 15% increase in new to brand, specifically from that activation. And that's the kind of thing that, if you're a business like Danone, Amazon search is of limited utility to you. But being able to think about that, now that's just become this really clever piece of work. And now, the brief that, by the way, I have from Danone is, can you find me retail media activations using CTV in every single country? So I literally had to send out an email about this a few weeks ago. We would like to do this thing that the US did in every country. A lot of them have said that we can.
Certainly, I love that. That's such a nice segue. I love that. No, I absolutely so agree. I think we need to get out of this silo of what retail media is and look at what it can be. Using this commerce data so much widely, it's not just a performance channel. It's great for performance. It's not just sits there, right? We can do so much in acquisition, really thinking about kind of the full funnel, bringing in CTV, et cetera, within that. And but with that measurement that everyone's been asking for. So yeah, out of those silos, take it more seriously as a broader opportunity using that commerce data. You know, you're seeing such diversification already within that of the different channels and the different, you know, non-traditional retailers joining the space, like Marriott and Deliveroo, for example, that are just really kind of changing the space of how it's looking and feeling.
And just on that Deliveroo, can you tell us a little bit about that partnership, actually? Because I would love to just touch on some propositions that we can inspire.
Yeah, bring to life a little bit. So Deliveroo is our latest partnership. Super exciting on a number of levels for us. First of all, it's our first truly global retail media partnership. And it's been really, really great to work with Deliveroo because they're super ambitious about what we can do with the brands. It's always good to work with a brand that are really keen to see all the different facets of retail media and more than just on-site sponsored ads. It's brilliant. So retail, the opportunity with Deliveroo has meant that we can reach the 8 million consumers globally, more than just kind of on the app. So we've got obviously the app and the website, but we can also work with things like social and with things like push notifications and all that kind of thing. It's a completely new channel for consumers, right? And it's really crucially, it's non-restaurant advertisers that can now play a part in this channel, right? It's FMCG brands can start talking through to Deliveroo consumers. So completely new channel for agencies and for advertisers.
Can I just say, I'm sitting on 2 Deliveroo proposals that are so amazing, and I wish I could tell you more about them, but if we can pull off some of the stuff that we're talking about with Deliveroo, this panel next year will be a very, very interesting one.
It's kind of game-changing, right?
It's amazing the stuff that we can do.
Right. Yeah, super exciting. And I think, and for Deliveroo, this is a revenue opportunity, right? It's a completely new revenue stream that they're taking on as well. So yeah, you see how the synergy.
One thing I would say is remember that, you know, not to go too far down the silo in terms of creative and the kind of messaging, because although I'm sure it's possible and I'm sure it will be very effective in many ways, consumers do experience brands through all sorts of other channels as well, you know, various touch points, but also other paid media channels. And so it's really important to consider campaigns in the round and to make sure that any brand building activity they're doing is aligned at least in some way. There's some consistent branding because consumers don't just experience brands through one channel. So I think whilst a laser-like focus is a great thing, you also need to retain the bigger picture and understand a kind of more holistic consumer response to a campaign.
No, absolutely. And Ruda, do you have a favourite kind of retail media campaign you've worked on? I know you mentioned Danone, but...
So speaking of favourite child, I have a soft spot because I'm an Indian man who loves chocolate. The work we do with Cadbury in India, which also won the Titanium and several other awards
at Cannes. Yes.
At Cannes.
Yeah.
I think there's a little AV of it right there, which is on super speed apparently. Essentially, the idea was to focus on local retailers. So India is a very fragmented market with a lot of mom and pop shops, and we had Shah Rukh Khan as the brand ambassador, who's sort of the Bollywood celebrity you can think of in India. And we partnered with a deepfake technology, which essentially allowed us to rephrase what Shah Rukh was saying. So instead of saying, you know, the film goes about, you know, he's preparing for Diwali, and he's buying, you know, sweets and this and glasses and a phone or whatever. And it has allowed us to change the name of each store. So you could, as a store owner, type in the name of my shop is Mudith's Chocolate Shop, and you would get Shah Rukh saying the name of your shop. And that's such an incredibly, because the brand purpose for Cadbury is generosity. And it's all about giving back. And, you know, if you're Tesco or Carrefour or Amazon or whatever, you have a lot of money to spend to get people to come to your shops. And so Cadbury's brand purpose was, we want to advertise local mom and pop shops. And that was just such a brilliant piece of work. It's on the Wavemaker YouTube channel. I know the AV didn't work, but...
And just to back up your point, I was actually, funnily enough, on the jury at Cannes that awarded that creative jury again. And we did spend a good hour and a half discussing that case and how brilliant the use of technology and data was in such a kind of innovative and clever way, because it benefited all these kind of local retailers. And it's not something that normally happens. It felt like it sort of had a bit of good purpose to it, which was very refreshing.
And I know we're not really talking about brand purpose, but also like this is brand purpose done correctly.
Yeah.
It's not just like make sure you have enough diversity in the models or like slap a hashtag on at the end, but this is brand purpose brought to life. And again, retail media becomes a proper media channel when even something as as ephemeral as brand purpose can come to life in this channel.
Brilliant. Now, I'm conscious of our time, so I've still got a couple more questions for you. I just would, obviously there's real potential. The potential here is huge. So what do you, from your experiences, what's stopping marketers from utilising commerce media right now? What are the challenges? Just to touch on very briefly.
I think, most clients sort of follow the trends. We know from our media reactions research we did among marketers that the most, increased amount of spend that they're looking at for next year is e-commerce and influencers and online video, but e-commerce channels are really super important. I think it's probably a practical point about sort of understanding, is there somebody who can hold their hand, who can take them through the process? Is it yet another thing for their teams to get their heads around? They've already dealt with all the, 4 or 5 new things that evolved last year, so it's another thing for them to orchestrate. So it's probably complexity, I would say.
Yeah, I think for me, two kind of broad themes, kind of briefly, not to get too detailed, but first of all, data silos, and you're working with retailers. It's really important in order to get the best out of commerce media that you have your data really organised. You're working with tech partners that allow you to use that really, truly omni-channel, so you can get the benefits of it. And I think sometimes they're working with retailers that have bricks and mortar stores. You have data sitting in one place for your online and another place for your stores, and actually really using the benefit of commerce media, you need to be able to have that quite well organised. I think that's holding some people back from getting the most out of it. And secondly, I think there's this issue around standardisation at the moment. So I think, being the tech provider that sits in the middle, you have the needs of the supply on one side and the demand on the other. So, we have the demand in form of the agencies and advertisers who are used to buying at scale, buy programmatically. You expect your ad to look and feel the same on The Guardian or the Lad Bible, wherever you're buying. But then your experience working with the retailers and the supply side is they need something a bit more nuanced, right? The customer comes first on their site, and it doesn't always fit to have exactly the same model. So it's tech's job in the middle to kind of standardise how things look and feel and what metrics we put in place around measurement and attribution, incrementality testing. And that will, I think, give more confidence to agencies and advertisers once that standardisation feels a bit more common across the market, and will help it grow.
I think just on that last point, measurement of long-term impact. I mean, it's dumb things like in the US, we have the top 3 retailers all have different look-back windows. What am I supposed to do with that? How do I compare platform A and platform B if one has a 14-day look-back window and the other one has a 28-day look-back window? So it's just that lack of standardization that's really problematic, and that also creates a huge problem with creative production, because every retailer wants things just so, and none of it is IAB compatible, and it starts to become a really big, and that's really holding back some of the scale. The fact that effectively in the US market, there are 44 retail media offerings, 44 walled gardens before you get to Facebook, Google, etc.
Wow. Okay, so again, we're running out of time, but I really want to, we've looked at those challenges of standardization. So what's the solution here? What are the practical steps and advice that we can offer to our audience watching? Natalie, I'll come to you first.
Yes, I mean, we built our platform to answer this solution, essentially. Commerce Max, our platform is at the heart of our business, and it really links together the opportunity for that supply with the retailers, with the demands and needs of ever-increasing demands of the agency world and the advertisers in a cross-channel, cross-retailer, first-party data environment. And I think you really get the benefit of all that consolidation into a platform at massive scale. Really trying to join the dots up a little bit between those retailers and that demand as well.
Amita, what are your thoughts on that?
Integration, and I think to the point of we have to look at the success in a long-term way. I think everyone's got to reassess their MMMs to some extent. I mean, this is dry but important, and I think that's how we look at it. Assessing success in the walled garden in and of itself is a useful thing to do for that week, but I think being very clear about the long-term impact, and I think moving away from a short-term metric like ROAS to true incrementality, profitability, because that's where it starts to really gain traction and will start to solve meaningful business problems.
And I would also add to that, effectiveness measurement across the piece, but also add to that brand building as well, because don't forget that these ads can also build brands and provide sort of long-term equity. And also, testing the creative as well. I mean, it's an obvious thing to say, whether you're using AI or survey, and depending on how quick you need to do it, you need to know what's going to work, and you can start to predict those things better if you test them.
Absolutely. And look, I've got a couple of minutes left. So very quickly, what's next for retail media, for commerce media. Would love to just get your perspectives on where we're heading, and I'll stick with you, Jane.
Yeah, I think, looking at what we think marketers are going to be concentrating more on next year, influencers are still a really big deal. And I think influencers are starting to move into other areas, not just the obvious social media platforms that we know that they exist on. So whether they move into kind of metaverse environments as avatars, or whether they move into, retail media environments, I think we're going to start seeing influencers crossing over with other media channels now. And I think we'll start to see more creativity in that space.
Influencer commerce, I think. One of the joys of being in a global role is you get to see all the fun stuff coming out of Asia. We did a piece of work with L'Oreal in Malaysia where, like peak pandemic, we created essentially an event called the Virtual Beauty Festival, where we had sort of an hour for each of the L'Oreal Luxe brands, where we had influencers creating content, and essentially we made it into a bit of an event. But there was also closed loop purchasing. You could actually buy the product directly within Facebook Messenger. And you had AI and human chat and the rest of it. But being able to sell the product, with virtual try-on and everything was fantastic. We sold, I believe this is accurate, 1 month worth of products in 1 day. But more importantly, we established a very significant number of direct relationships. So from a CRM standpoint and long-term consumer value standpoint, that was really powerful. I think, and this number I'm actually not sure of, but something like, I think we reached 16% of Malaysian women on that 1 day, which is incredible. This is going to come because L'Oreal's basically told us, we want to see a version of this in every single country.
And Natalie, final word from you then. What can we expect next?
Yeah, so I think omnichannel done really well. I think it's really important. We're dipping our toe in it, but I think the ability to, we know most transactions are still taking place in store, but how we can really connect that with the online environment, and we can really look at what's happening in the store radio or delivery trucks or whatever happening, exciting things we're doing in the store, and really connect that with the digital iteration. And then beyond that, I think really thinking about, we've talked about it quite a bit, but think a bit beyond the retail media, what commerce data can do. And, I think we think at Criteo that if you start incorporating the rest of the open internet, not just traditional retail sites, but you start including the open internet as well, that this moves on from a $100 billion opportunity to more like a $180 billion opportunity if you start looking at commerce media wider with the CTV, etc. So yeah, that's what we're excited about.
Wow, it's such an exciting space, I think, and I wish we could chat for longer, but the clock has beaten us. So thank you so much, Jane, Natalie, Mudit, for your great insights, and I think there's some really good advice there as well for our viewers. So that's the end, and thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Wow, and that is it.
Somehow that is indeed it for the 2 days of Media Summit.
I actually haven't asked you something. What was your favourite part of the day?
I have liked, demonstrating that the Drum can put on a pop-up TV channel. I feel like that's the way a lot of the industry is headed. I really enjoyed the panels about privacy and data. I love my panel about gaming. That was obviously the reason I agreed to do this in the first place. How about you?
Well, I was going to say I loved the digital out-of-home panel, but that's because that was mine. So no, it was really cool, and I think the technology that I was trying to say is the anamorphic 3D technology.
Yep, you got it.
I learned a new word, and I can say it. But now it is with a full, but also heavy heart that we have to say goodbye to you all.
And so a massive thanks must go to our partners for making this project possible. That's Google, Finecast, Waze, Digital Turbine, and Criteo. And a huge thanks to our audience, both in person here in the Drum Labs, and of course, those of you who have tuned in virtually from all the way around the world.
And also a special shout out to those who engaged on social media using the hashtag MediaSummit. Check it out, there's a lot more comments there. If you have enjoyed this pop-up TV format, I'm absolutely delighted to tell you that we've got 2 more TV shows planned. So yeah, it's good stuff on its way. Then next we will do a pop-up TV as part of B2B World Fest, supported by our very good friends at Stein-IES.
And in the first week of December, there's going to be a pop-up with the Drum Awards Festival. That's a week-long celebration of the very best of our industry, which is going to include over 20 hours of live TV. That's daunting, but also, going to be amazing, yeah.
Okay, so please send help. But I'm sure it will be amazing, and lots of people will be tuning in. Thousands of people actually turn up to it, so...
And I think it's going to be even bigger and better. We've proven we can do it now, so next time it's going to be, the sky's the limit.
I know, God, be careful what you wish for, Chris. So now we leave you with our final Media Summit highlights. But from all of us here at The Drum, good afternoon.
Good evening.
And good night. Welcome to day 2 of Media Summit TV, our pop-up channel that aims to bring you the latest insights that are defining the global media marketing sector.
How do you sort of see that unfolding?
Make it really good. Almost the worst thing somebody could say about a show that I've done is, yeah, it was fine. I would much rather they said, I absolutely hate that show, or I absolutely hate that person.
Sometimes you have to sacrifice profit for principles in cases like that. There's just so much variety of media, and media takes many different forms now.
Gamers are young teenage boys locked in their bedrooms, but actually gamers now spread everything from younger teens right through to people in their 60s. Because of all those factors, people are unsure about how to kind of bridge the gap between advertising and the gaming audience.
The amount of brand opportunity there that they were talking about was unbelievable. They were talking about, well, a lot of it I can't talk about because I'm under NDA, but some of the stuff
Trying to kind of get away from that sort of a perception of gaming into a more real-world media channel that is traded programmatically, that's trackable, measurable, all the things that you should look for as an advertiser when you're running ads.
I'm not going to give away those insights because, as you said, they can catch up on demand.
Well, that was amazing. Media Summit 2022 is now come to a close, and it's been an amazing time. 10 hours of content, 20 live shows, all wrapped up in a brand new format for The Drum, which is our first ever pop-up TV channel. I have to say, an amazing, huge thanks to our audience, you guys out there for tuning in, and also a big thanks to our amazing sponsors who are Criteo, Google, Finecast, Digital Turtle, Edelman, Extreme Reach, and Waze. Thanks guys, you helped us get this show on the road. Remember, you can see all the content on The Drum's player by simply hitting the TV icon on The Drum's homepage. See you there.